Hi, I'm Katie with Coastal Conservative News, and we're out here today with protesters at the Fauci event. Can I get your first and last name?
Michelle Herzog.
And how has Fauci impacted your life?
Well, not good. I'm old enough to remember the AIDS epidemic, and he should have been locked up years ago after what he did, giving AZT to people, claiming that it was the AIDS that was killing the people, but it was actually the AZT. And so thousands and thousands of people died from AZT. And now here we go with COVID and telling people that it was safe, that it would stop COVID. And I know too many people that died from that COVID jab. It was an experimental jab and used humans as lab rats. And so I don't think very highly of him, and I think he should have been arrested. And I truly believe with all my heart as an American citizen that he needs to be tried for crimes against humanity.
Yes, I agree. And do you think that Fauci is plotting the next pandemic currently?
Absolutely. And I mean, he always lets you know what he's going to do. He let everybody know ahead of time what was going to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, I wouldn't put it past him. And he needs to be in jail. He needs to be in Gitmo. He needs to be tried for crimes against humanity, like I said.
Yeah, definitely. And what do you think the next step is to do so?
Well, I mean, we need to contact our congressmen, our legislators, the president.
Yeah.
I mean, he should not be a free man. He is a serial killer.
Most definitely.
He's a mad eugenicist. He is into population control. And the whole COVID, the whole AZT, it was all about population control. And there's enough of us Americans that are not blind that we see what this is.
Definitely. Well, you heard it, folks. Fauci should be in prison. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. You're my first interview.
Oh, well, you did great.
You did.
What do you use in your hair? It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an extension. Thank you so much. Okay.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hi, folks. I'm with Coastal Conservative News. Would anyone like to take an interview?
It's complicated.
Yeah? Would you like to take an interview? Conservative News? Local. We're out of Venice.
I've been in your studio.
Oh, really? Okay.
I was in there last week.
Oh, okay.
With Vic.
Awesome. Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Vic walked me through.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, would you like to chat?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katie. We're out here at the Fauci protest. I'm with Coastal Conservative News. Can I get your first name
Darren
and your last name?
Edmonds.
And how has Fauci impacted your life?
Not me personally, not at all.
Okay. And anyone close to you get the COVID vaccine?
No, I mean, people around me are pretty much like-minded, so nobody in my family and most of my friends did not get vaccinated, so it wasn't a big deal for us.
Okay. And what do you think Fauci is going to talk to those people about in Science?
It's hard to say. I think it's probably going to focus around the next pandemic. You know, they're going to try to get everybody ready for another trial run, I think, to see if they can do it again.
Okay. And do you think there'll be another vaccine push for that?
I think there will.
Yeah. And do you think we'll have another mask mandate, or do you think that our government has learned from the last time we were pushed into something like that?
I don't know that the government will mandate masks, but I think you'll probably have people that will push for it.
Okay.
I don't know that the government will mandate it, though. I don't see that happening.
And what do you think the next step, that advice you can give to people on avoiding this from reoccurring again?
I would say get educated about, what the true effects of the virus versus the true effects of the vaccines.
Yeah.
I mean, you're at much more risk of a lifetime of problems following injections of any kind.
Yeah.
Versus you get your natural robust immunity, from getting the actual virus. Because if you understand immunity, you know that you get it through your nose or your mouth, right? And if you shoot something into your muscles, okay, now you've bypass the body's natural lines of defense that exist in your nasal cavities and in your throat, everywhere that God gave you the ability to develop immunity.
Amen.
So now when you take that through an alternative pathway, now you set up a completely different cascade of events in your body that is not natural immunity. Why do you think these people that got the shots got sick 4, 5, 6, 7 times? They're not immune. They never will be.
And who do you think is funding Fauci? Who do you think is behind him, backing him?
I don't know. It's got to be a whole bunch, because he's out there like today doing it, getting paid $100,000 a show, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So are you out here yelling, "Lock him up"?
I haven't said that yet.
No.
I'm out here yelling freedom. I'm for freedom of speech. I'm for freedom of expression, legal. You know, let's all have fun. Let's respect each other. You know, you don't have to get ugly, and you know, I mean, some people feel that they need to, but I'm not that way.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Sure. Happy to help.
Would you like to do an interview?
Well, a short one.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. All right. We'll wait for the producers. Hi, I'm Katie with Coastal Conservative News, and we're out here at the Fauci protest, peacefully protesting, of course. I have a woman with me. What is your first and last name?
MAGA Mary
Maga Mary. Nice to meet you, Maga Mary.
from Palm Beach County. I came all the way from Palm Beach County to support this protest.
Oh, wow. Incredible. And what would you like to say? Has Fauci impacted your life?
Well, I got COVID. I didn't take the vaccine, and he's a murderer, mass murderer.
Yeah, I agree. And can you elaborate on how you think he's a murderer?
Well, wasn't he in on COVID, creating COVID over in Wuhan?
I believe so. I believe
We
so.
all believe so. That's what the evidence points to. So.
Awesome. And you said you weren't vaccinated. Did you know anyone who was, and if they were injured?
Not in my family, not anyone close to me, no vaccine.
Oh, okay. Well, that's wonderful. Also, how do you think we're going to end up putting Fauci in prison? I see everyone out here is chanting, "Lock Fauci up." How do you think we're going to master that?
I think it's coming. You know, with the new administration, we're hopeful that justice is served wherever it needs to be served.
Definitely. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Trump, Trump, Trump.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
Yep. Enjoy the peaceful protest.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is Jane Justice.
Hi, Jane. Would you like to say anything? We're here with Coastal Conservative News.
How would we get people, to get put Fauci in prison, is we got to continue to keep on sharing, because there's so much information out there and people are still dying from it. That's the thing. The damage will be paid for inevitably, okay? My neighbor came to me just last week and said, did you know I had to take Janice to the hospital? No, I didn't know. He said, yes, she was in terrible pain in her leg. She had a blood clot. And then he went like this, okay? Come on, people. Look at the size of the blood clot. I said,
And do you know if she was vaccinated?
yes. I said, was she vaccinated? I hate to say it, but, and he said, yes, twice. I said, how many times were you vaccinated? He said, once. And I said, don't take anything they tell you to take, okay? What is Dr. Fauci doing in there? What has he got to say?
That's what I'm curious about, you guys. What do you think Fauci's in there talking about?
Yeah, we heard he hightailed it.
Oh, okay.
We heard he hightailed it.
All right. Well, I guess we'll find out.
There's a book, if you Google it, about COVID by Pastor Bill Hughes on Dr. Fauci. And you can look it up online. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Bill Hughes. And listen, this is all mass murder on the sneak, on the sly. And now we have to get the word out about the COVID too. I mean, the chemtrails. It's a matter of waking people up. Everybody, so I don't know why they're sleeping. Maybe they had too many shots. But the autism, oh my word, the autism
rate.
right up. And they're saying, well, we have to investigate it. No, we don't. It's exactly from the vaccines. the poor little children. Come on, we got to get the word out. So thanks for coming out and talking to the people, because I'm sure there's hundreds of people here that have a story to tell.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Palm Beach County.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. God bless. Thank you, folks. Is it continuously rolling? Oh, okay. So how far can we go? Oh, is he here? Yeah. Okay.
Good job, young man. Good job.
Cutie.
How you doing?
Hi there.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good.
This is our president of our
Vice President of the state of Florida
I'm
in the National Chamber.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Katie. Pleasure to
Katie.
meet you. I'm with Coastal Conservative News. I was wondering if you'd like to take an interview.
Conservatives are my kind of people, then. I like that.
Yes. Is that fine with you?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Katie with Coastal Conservative News, and we're out here today at the Fauci peaceful protest. I have a gentleman here. What is your first and last name?
Louis Marin.
Awesome. And what are you out here in hopes to accomplish?
Exposing the truth, probably the big thing I would say. Exposing the truth that this vaccine, which was created by, I like to refer him as Dr. Frankenstein, it's hurt a lot of folks. He lied, people died. And also, I got a problem when he uses animals for treating them, supposedly for experimental, to killing dogs off like beagles, So, but we're here to protest to show our that we're not happy that he's coming to the state of Florida trying to push his propaganda. And I'm hoping, pray to God, that the Trump organization holds him accountable and come back and make sure that he gets what he deserves, and he should be held for his criminal bad behavior.
Definitely. And how do you think that we can get him prosecuted?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I don't practice in that lane, but I will say that I think there's enough evidence here, hopefully, that they can actually hold him accountable and prosecute him as a criminal for again, for doing bad stuff. That people, vaccinations got people hurt, injury, they got people died. I mean, it's just very disheartening to see what I see across the United States. Perfectly great athletes are just dropping dead. And a lot of people don't realize it's linked to the COVID shot.
100%. My son is also vaccine injured. So, I'm out here with a personal issue as well. So I agree. Do you think that Fauci is working on the next pandemic?
It's funny because for some reason he predicts there's going to be another one in the future. And I find that very, very suspicious, to say the least. Again, why would you be predicting something like that you can predict the future? He thinks he's some kind of a prophet or something, but I'm very suspect if it does happen. I'm sure we can hopefully tie that to his bad behavior again, funding labs across the United States and across the world that should not be operating and creating a vaccine that's injuring people, So
Yeah, they really do put it right in our face to see, huh? They run those simulations and put it on the CDC for us to see, and we really have to pay attention to that.
And the sad part is, I find very disheartening. Taxpayers paid for this. They don't realize that they're paying to kill us, to kill human beings, to kill animals, and I got a problem with that. And hopefully that God will intervene and help hold this guy accountable.
Amen. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Honored to be here. You have a God-tastic day.
You too. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Is this up every time now? So you're good.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for your little to hear that.
Oh,
that
yeah.
breaks my heart.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends that they see that too. Though that's hurt. I mean, just talking to a lot of people here today, going, they're here that just realize that it's a crime. It's a crime, shame.
Yeah,
so.
totally. I moved here from San Diego 4 years ago.
Which company is that?
I know, right? Yeah.
We gotta find someone else. Sorry.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
thank you. Thanks for coming
you
out.
so much.
Thank you.
No, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Thank you. See you later.
Alrighty. I don't know how far we can go, but
Let's go around the whole round.
okay. All right. I think I asked them. I'm trying to look for new faces. How do? No,
When
it's fine.
it's clear, you go.
Really? Do you guys have any advice? Am I mumbling or?
No, you're
am
doing
I...
good.
Okay, it's my first time, so I apologize. Thank you.
Good morning, Katie.
Wait, you're gonna get Okay.
So we are American first.
Hi there. Would you like to take an interview with the conservative news? Okay, thank you. Hi there. Would you like to be interviewed on conservative news? Oh, yeah.
So during the next time, you don't have to say your name anymore, like you said, but just let the people know that we're the one that started this whole protest.
Okay, so who's we're the one? We the people. We the people, or Coastal Conservative News, or
We're the hollow.
the Hollow.
The hollow.
Okay, so the Hollow. Okay. Hi, I'm out here with Coastal Conservative News. Would you like to take an interview? Do you have anything to say?
I could never talk first.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Our son is in the military and was forced.
Okay. Would you like to give your testimony for the conservative news?
I was telling him about you.
Oh, it's okay. I am actually, this is my, yeah!
We'll cut me out if you don't.
No. This is great.
Don't let me make a fool of myself.
Well, my son too.
Yeah. All right. Hi, I'm Katie with Coastal Conservative News, and we're out here today. Are you aware that this protest is, how do you want me to say it? I'm sorry. I apologize. It's okay. I'm learning.
Is he there?
Just keep going with it.
Okay. Well, we're out here today at the Fauci protest. This protest was actually sponsored by us, the Hollow. So thank you for coming out. Yeah. Can you give your first and last name?
Lisa Rodriguez.
All right. And how has Fauci impacted your life personally?
Well, my husband for work, right? And then my son was in the military during all of this. So he had just joined the military and he had to do all his boot camp with a mask on.
Oh, wow.
Eating MREs for 6 months,
Wow.
which was very bad for your health.
Definitely.
And also we weren't able to watch him turn green or blue in the military. And then he was shipped off to Germany and he had to take the shot. So yeah, he didn't want to take the shot. And he was within a small group of people who said, we don't want to take it. We don't know enough about it. It was too, fast for. You see, vaccine. It wasn't a vaccine, by the way, because it didn't stop anything that was going on.
Definitely.
So, anyways, they made him take it, or he couldn't come home to see us.
Wow. So he was coerced.
Oh yeah, and now he's concerned about cancer because a lot of the guys that were in the military with him are showing up with turbo cancers.
Oh, wow. And he's young, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he's 25 in September.
Oh, that's awful. 25 with potential cancer from a vaccine that was coerced and not even legally passed. That was just pushed and pushed and pushed by Fauci.
Yeah, and they said one and done. So he took the J&J, but then he had to take 2 more shots, and he had to take the flu vaccine that actually has the mRNA in it. So he's got 3 shots and a booster, so 4 total. So, it's just not good. And then a friend of mine, her husband's been involved. He's a physician's assistant for years, decades, and he's never seen as many cancers and other issues like the vaccine injuries.
Yeah, the rates are definitely going up.
Yeah, and I just heard an oncologist talk about how they're seeing cancers in patients as young as 12 and 14.
Oh, that's so awful.
In that age group. Yep. So it's affecting people, affecting job. People couldn't see their family members, and that I couldn't go and see my mother-in-law went into the hospital. I couldn't see her. She almost didn't make it out.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there was a lot of people who didn't get to say goodbye to their loved ones. That is the definition of evil.
And then I have friends whose family members died because of the shot. They just know that's what it was. There was a connection to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I also have met people here at the protest today who have lost family members. That's just, my heart goes out to everyone who has lost loved ones.
Severe.
Yeah, and then they were pushing that. Yeah.
They knew from the trials that it actually kills people.
Yes.
So it's a depopulation thing is the way I look at it. And we have family from Cuba, and we could see from the very beginning that it was about control. because
Total control.
we communism and all that. We kind of see there's certain things that just happen that are about let's control the population.
100%.
And now we can watch. Everybody's got a mask on, so we can actually look out there and go, oh, yep, everybody's being obedient.
Yeah, it's
And
terrifying.
stand apart so you don't talk to each other and don't have interactions.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a huge psychological warfare thing, is the way I see it. So.
And do you think it's going to happen again, or do you think that we've learned our lesson?
I think people are waking up, but there need to be more of us waking up, because I mean, so much of the population had the shot.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the percentage is, but it's super high.
Yeah.
So
That's terrifying.
So they know that this worked,
Yeah, definitely. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I think that was it. I mean, thanks for being out here. We really appreciate it. And
Thanks for showing up.
lied, and he needs to go to prison.
I agree. Yes. Amen.
He knew.
Yeah. He knew. He knew what he was doing.
That's exactly right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're gonna head back to the van. We're going to keep speaking about everything that's going on. Fauci, the event, whatever.
Tk you so much.
God bless you guys.
God bless.
We're first to walk back.
Walk backwards.
Yeah, so just keep going to the van, and then just.
All right, guys. So we're out here, and everyone seems to have gone moving inside the event where Fauci is actually speaking. I'm curious to see what he's even speaking about. I wonder if he's going to be talking about one of his next pandemics he has in the works, or, we'll never know what he's going to be speaking about, but I guess I'm like, I don't know what to talk about.
And look, we talked about everything that's going on. Very people in the car talking about it. Your classic value versus other support, I guess.
Everyone's out here showing their support. It seems like there's a big turnout. More people, it seems, out here protesting Fauci than actually people that are going in to see Fauci. So that should tell you everything you should know about Fauci. A lot of people yelling, lock him up, put him in prison. I can't agree more. I think that Fauci should definitely be prosecuted, and he should be held responsible for the thousands, if not millions of people that he's murdered with his plandemic. I'm like drawing a blank, sorry. Keep going.
Keep going. Just like think of something like what's going on at the event.
I don't even know. I'm like,
What describe like what's going on? Mark,
Like you see back there, everyone's going.
people seem very upset how they have been affected personally by Fauci with COVID deaths, pushed vaccines, pushed mandates, their children being masked during school, the autism rates being up. I observed autistic children in the crowd who were affected personally. It's very disheartening to see, but I'm so proud of my community for showing up and fighting against Fauci and his tyrannical mandates. Whew, I feel like my whole face was like melting off. Oh.
We need you to say something. At least something.
Okay.
You know, they're moving and we're probably going to follow them. Is that what we're going to do? Let me talk about how they're moving and we're all going to follow them. Is that what we're going to do?
It seems as if the crowd is moving in now to see Fauci. The protesters as if they're following them. So we're going to try and get that latest news from the crowd. And our protest is also going to move down to the park. It's a peaceful event, and we're excited about that. We're going to continue to show up and have our voices heard so that Fauci knows that we're not okay with him showing up in our community.
Katie, you're just doing an amazing job.
So
wow,
proud.
we're still hot, Katie. We're still hot. We're still online. And guys, wasn't that amazing coverage there? Katie was just there talking with a bunch of people here in Sarasota. And we're actually in phase one of this entire event. What is going to happen now as our crew is actually going to pack up, I'm going to ask camera one over here to put his camera down and start helping Eric get the camera gear. And we're just going to tell you a little bit more about what to expect today. So Katie, wow, I'm looking at the parking lot there. I cannot believe how many people have paid $200+ to come and see this guy. It's unbelievable.
Definitely. I'm curious to see what they would even be interested in hearing from Fauci about. Maybe how many people he's murdered. I'm not quite sure.
When I did a little bit of research about this event, there are people out there that are upset that we're doing a protest because their view is that Fauci guided the entire planet almost single-handedly, expertly, and kept us all safe. So the thing, Katie, that astounds me about people who have that view is it seems to me that they are not even remotely aware of these folks that died suddenly. How is that even possible? I mean, if you were to speculate.
I think that they're watching too much fake news. I think that they should look at the science, the real science, not Fauci science. I even saw one article where he tried to pass legislation that if people question him going against his science, they could be charged with a felony. So that's pretty disturbing. I'm not sure what is next from Fauci, but I guess we can only just continue to speak up and have our voices heard here.
So, you know, for the people that are watching this, there are probably people watching this that aren't aware of what I just mentioned. And so, and I'm sure a lot of us have even forgotten because it's now been quite a while, Katie, since the planet got shut down. We have a new president in the White House. He has opened things up. And for a lot of people, they've forgotten what happened during the pandemic. But Katie, you and I are aware of those families that are even today paying the horrific cost of that vaccine. In fact, there's even a documentary, I can't say much about it, but there's a documentary taking place about children, Katie, children who were forced to take the vaccine and now they're unable to cope. They have autism-like symptoms. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. I'm actually a parent affected by the COVID vaccines and other vaccines that Fauci has mandated. My son is vaccine injured. We were actually forced to flee California to Florida due to Fauci and Gavin Newsom's tyrannical mandates of SB 277 and 276 that mandates all children, not just school children, but all children who live in the state of California to receive those vaccines. So yeah, my son is going to have lifelong issues and we're dealing with that.
I cannot even imagine, Katie, what that must be like. And if you don't mind, since you did bring it up, I don't know how much you're willing to share, but as a mom, someone who has a family, when you had your child, you are not counting on your current reality.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, and I was just kind of thinking it through. I didn't even say that correctly myself, but I'm assuming, you know, that when you had your child, the baby was born, you were expecting what you probably were expecting. And when you say that you're impacted by the vaccine, I can't even imagine what that must be like as a mom dealing with that. I don't know how much you're willing to share. I don't mean to pry, but share what you can about what your experience is like as an American mother, a young mom here in the free state of Florida, having now to deal with the impacts, not of some natural tragedy, but from a man-made calamity.
Yeah, so I am a young mother and I'm also a nurse. So I believed in medication and vaccines and all those things. So I trusted the hospital and I trusted my doctor and the pediatrician for my son. And I slowly woke up seeing the things. They pushed the first vaccine and he was hospitalized not even 2 hours later. And then
Hold on. Wait, I've interviewed a number of families. I just want to make sure I heard that right. He took the first vaccine and he was hospitalized 2 hours later?
Yes, he was hospitalized 2 hours later. He went into full-blown cardiac arrest and had febrile seizures. His lips turned blue. It's pretty graphic, but it's the reality of Fauci's mandates. So
if you don't mind me asking, how old was your son, right? How old was your son at the time he took the at the time this happened?
He was 16 months old. He was 16 months old. And then, I took him back to his pediatrician, and his pediatrician advised me to then wait 8 months and try it again. Or if I didn't try it again, she would report me to Child Protective Services and have CPS at my door to take my child from me because of the mandates that Fauci and Gavin Newsom have ordered in the state of California.
It's literally unbelievable what you've had to go through. I'm so sorry that you've had this happen in your family, but you're not the only one.
Exactly.
And what you're describing is not an isolated case. Can you share a little bit about what you know about what others are dealing with in this instance?
Yeah, so I've connected with other moms who are dealing with this.
Hold that for a second, and just share that with the.
I've connected with other parents who have also had vaccine injured children and are experiencing the same issues with their children as far as autism, heavy metals, aluminum detoxing. It's absolutely horrible. And my son has had to go through the same thing. So Fauci being here in my city after I've had to leave California and come all the way to Florida just for freedom, and him now to be here, I think he's been planted here. I think that they know that this is the freedom state and that the people here have to be suppressed because that's the only way that they're going to roll out the next pandemic. So it's pretty serious. It's super graphic, but it's the reality of what these vaccines are doing to these children and to these adults. And we have to speak up and share our testimonies.
Rash, you want to keep speaking, or what do you want me to do now?
So what we're doing, guys, is we're actually in the middle of a transition here. So Katie, thanks for filling that. I want because people are watching, and I want to make sure people
Awesome.
We're on, and we'll be on until for the next couple of hours.
Oh.
And what we're doing here, and you guys might see some interference in the feed because we're going to move from where we are here. Where we're standing right here is near. We're about 1,000 feet. Katie, do you think from the Van Wezel?
Yes.
We're about 1,000 feet to Van Wezel. And this is where Fauci is speaking, but there's another rally taking place about 6 minutes from here. And that is where you're going to be hearing from Dr. Joseph Ladapo, the Surgeon General of the state of Florida, Vic Meller, whose company has really put this whole event together, a number of other speakers who are experts in health freedom. So we're going to be transitioning from here to there. So you may have some interference in the feed, but keep it right here. And so what I was doing just now, just so you know, is I was just organizing my crew on how to take the equipment from here and move it over there because we had some changes in the schedule. So that's what's happening right now behind the scenes. But Katie, so, when I left, you were just sharing a little bit about what other families are dealing with regard to this calamity. And the thing, Katie, that I think you're aware, but the people in the audience may not be aware of is there's actually a documentary being shot right now. And this documentary is filming these children who have been affected by the vaccine, by immunization,
Wow.
by a whole set of things. And the thing, Katie, is even though we have all of this increase in symptoms and sicknesses, Fauci denies any correlation between what he's done and what's happening to little boys and girls. So when he does that, for you, it's very personal. A lot of the people watching this, they know about it, but you have your own son. What does that make you feel when you hear him deny what seems to be
we don't have all of that data getting out to people.
Yeah.
Sadly, we've got a Dan Weisel Theater filled up with people that are sadly misinformed.
Yes, yeah. They're watching the fake news
Yes.
and following the incorrect science. of
Absolutely,
Dr. Fauci.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So I was head of the co-chair of the Quality Improvement Board at Sarasota Memorial Hospital,
Oh, wow.
and
Okay.
watched them as we were admitting patients with COVID, and some of them didn't get treated for COVID at all.
Yeah.
And we were seeing people in the ER coming in with COVID, and we were sending them home with no treatment at all.
Yeah, and then
Now,
they would come back with worse symptoms. They
they're
would do the
come back
remdesivir,
dead
and
or
then
come
the-
back and get
yeah.
in the ventilator, and they're giving them only remdesivir or only molnupiravir, only Paxlovid, only drugs that were experimental that the hospital made millions of dollars to use.
Yeah, and we had drugs that we could have used,
We
but they
did.
silenced them,
We did.
right?
So
And
that
they
was the
silenced
war on ivermectin. That's the RFK. That was Pierre Corey's book called The War on Ivermectin. Fabulous, fabulous. And so we knew hydroxychloroquine worked from SARS-CoV-1,
Exactly.
2005.
And Trump got burned at a stake for that, saying that, right?
Well, Trump actually said some wonderful things like, well, why can't we just inhale, chlorine or things like that? Well, we're using chlorine dioxide. We're
Yes.
drinking chlorine dioxide
Exactly.
in small doses. They were
Yep.
doing that in Ecuador and other countries that had much lower death rates. I've taken over the mic.
This is Dr. Sherry Weinstein, guys. You probably figured that out. She's one of the ladies that has actually been working on getting awareness about this long before it became well known. So what we're going to do here is this. We're going to actually transition from where we are now to our next location. And we're just going to do some behind the scenes in front of the camera here. So you're going to kind of see how we're going to make this happen. How are you getting over to the your car here?
So I've got my boyfriend Trump with me. My Trump
Okay.
guy,
Yes.
and my car is at
Maria Jacks. So I have a request here. Listen in, guys, or don't listen in. We're just going through some details here that you get to see. Here's what I'd like to do. If we could you ride in Katie's car, because it's right here,
I have room for Trump.
and we have room for your boyfriend.
Okay.
We're going to have her boyfriend come into the van, into the SUV, and we're going to have Andres come with you. Andres is going to sit in the back. You're going to sit shotgun. You're going to be driving, and just give the folks a commentary of what's going on as we go over to stage 2.
Fabulous.
And who's going to be there? Joe Ladapo, Surgeon General Joe Ladapo, the man who kept the state of Florida alive and open. No other Surgeon General on the planet took the stand he took. He's going to be speaking. You're going to have fantastic musical artists. There's going to be a bunch of patriots. It's going to be so fun. You're going to wish that you were here in person. But I get it, you're not. So just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. So let's get this going over here. So let me talk to Eric over here. Eric over there. Let's help Dr. Weinstein get her boyfriend into the SUV here. And we're going to get you situated there. And then Andres, when I give you the signal, you're going to go into the back seat. Katie's going to give you some room there. This is, here we go. Here's Dr. Weinstein's boyfriend. Right here.
Trump thinks Fauci needs to be locked up, so I happen to agree. A lot of people think that Fauci should be locked up.
And this is not some fringe view. This is not some unreasonable view. This is the reality of thousands of people, including children. You just heard from Katie with her own child, whose lives are forever, almost, I want to say permanently degraded, out of no fault of their own. So this is really serious. So
Fortunately, we've got 7 states that are pressing criminal charges, including Florida, pressing criminal charges against Fauci and the others that were responsible for these crimes against humanity. Peter Hotez, actually, Peter Davis.
7 states.
Eric, lots of others are named in the lawsuits.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're going to do now is Dr. Weinstein is going to go into that car over there. And and then you have to leave room for Andres over here to get in there as well. And guys, we are going to keep the stream rolling. We have got music coming up. We have fantastic speakers coming up. We have a lot of exciting stuff for you coming up here in just a moment. And so, shotgun. Yeah, your shotgun. And then Andres is going to be in the back. I think, Andres, what you're going to do is you're going to sit behind Katie so that you can actually get a shot of Dr. Weinstein. Yeah, you want to sit on that side over there. So let's go ahead and get you situated there. So this is behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, over here, the Fauci Freedom Fest. And so, Dr. Weinstein, I'm going to give you the microphone here and just keep the conversation going. Remember, you are live streaming.
Thank you, Raj. So I appreciate, again, everybody that came out to show up at Van Wezel and Marina Jack's. And we wanted to make a statement to let people in Sarasota know exactly what's going on, because many people seem to believe that Fauci has done good work, but actually Fauci has been doing evil for over 40 years. He pulled the same thing with HIV and with AIDS. So he's done the same thing with the vaccine for COVID. And what we want to do is have people be able to put pressure on legislators so that we could try to get Fauci criminally prosecuted. You cannot be pardoned unless you admit to performing a crime. And so by being pardoned with the magic pen of Biden, he has definitely admitted that he committed various crimes against humanity. So we have various legislators that are prosecuting Fauci on 7 different states. I know that the Virus Law Group is leading some of that, and you can tune in and support them. Stand for Health Freedom also is doing some great work, sending people up to Tallahassee to work with legislators. And we are heading to 5 Points Park now. Do you know where you're going?
Yeah, he wants me to follow him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other goal that we have is for people to be very aware and be present at hospital board meetings. Sarasota Memorial Hospital has not been as transparent as we hoped. We have some new freedom fighting board members. We had 3 that were brought in, and currently Vic Rowe is doing a very good job. Bridget Fiorucci is trying, and I don't believe that we have anybody else that is aware of what's going on with the COVID vaccines and the hospital protocols. But we need to get more people paying attention and speaking at the board meetings about the hospital protocols and how dangerous the vaccines are, because they're still recommending that people take the vaccines. And this is recommendations that were never tested against placebos. So we know that the vaccine is not safe and effective. It's not been tested in pregnant women. In the Pfizer's own studies, they actually showed that the vaccine caused a heightened level of birth defects and infertility. So I believe we had like 80% of the women that were followed up in the Pfizer's own trials had actually lost their fetuses during that trial. So the Pfizer papers, this is Naomi Wolf published that. And recently, our own head of Observer Media in Sarasota, that's Matt Walsh, the owner of Observer Media, he ended up having 2 different beautiful op-eds in his paper. The first one was actually talking about the Pfizer papers and was saying that basically everybody needs to know that this was crimes against humanity, and Pfizer knew it early on. I mean, Pfizer called the increase in infertility and the miscarriages a feature, not a bug, which is crazy. But Matt Walsh, the owner of Observer Media, Matt Walsh, again, put something in the paper, March 20th edition, which was the questions that people need to be asking Fauci. So he had 33 questions, but 17 were on that op-ed. And those questions were reasonable questions. Like, why did, Anthony Fauci has been found out to have received taxpayer money and used taxpayer money to fund through EcoHealth Alliance, and Peter Daszak rather, and Ralph Barrick, UNC Chapel Hill, to make the virus. Yeah. So, I mean, all of this is known, but nobody's holding Fauci accountable. Some other questions were, how can Fauci be pardoned if he's innocent? How could he be pardoned? Right? So he's not innocent. And he certainly shouldn't be making millions of dollars for speaking at Van Wezel. But I've spoken a bit. I've got some people that are meeting us at Marina Jack's. And so are we going to be heading over there? I mean, yeah.
We're heading to the park. We're just getting ready to roll out.
Okay.
I wonder if Fauci took a vaccine. That's my question.
He didn't take a real vaccine. All those were faked. So we are waiting to get over to 5 Points Park, where I hope that everybody's going to head that direction.
Yeah, it's like a demonstration. Getting equipment stored.
Sit tight. Nothing ever happens on schedule. It's hurry up and wait, right? Yeah. So we had a good turnout, I would say. I think that at one time we must have had about 100 people there, and I know probably 120 that signed up. 120 to 150 people had registered, and other people that didn't register were present today. Lots of great signs, T-shirts. So...
How long did it take you to print out your abortion, or what did you do?
So, my Trump has been with me for years. He's gone to several protests. He's been on the Trump boat parade. He rolls with the punches. He got shot in the ear. He's got his jail Fauci sign. He's got his he wore an RFK Jr. hat because he supports RFK Jr. So I think the best thing that we've got 2 years to make things happen with RFK Jr. as the head of the HHS. And he can't do it alone. So we really need to have our politicians, both Republican and Democrats, we need to appeal to them as to the facts regarding the science on why is America so sick. So the Make America Healthy Again movement it's important, and it's not just the vaccine. So that is certainly, America is one of the most vaccinated countries in the world, and we spend more for our health care than any other nation, and yet we've got health outcomes 34th to 37th in the world. So that's terrible. That's terrible. We've got one of the highest, if not the highest rate for sudden infant death syndrome. We've got all kinds of autism and autoimmune disorders and attention deficit disorder. And for 30 years, I was a doctor that was a pro-vaxxer. I would make my patients take any vaccine that came out because they told us to. We just memorized the vaccine schedule. We didn't look at the incidence of the diseases. We didn't look at the side effects or the necessity for the vaccine, the efficacy of the vaccine. We just had to memorize the vaccine schedule.
Exactly.
I just sat for the boards, internal medicine boards again, which many of the doctors in town have not sat for the boards in decades. But basically, these boards had not one question. This is 3 years into COVID, and there was not one question about how to treat COVID, nor one question about COVID vaccine side effects or any drug adverse reactions. And I happen to know that most doctors don't even know what the vaccine adverse event reporting site is. So the VAERS site, if you go on that website, you can see just how many hundreds of thousands of people have given information about COVID vaccine injuries. And more people have died from the COVID vaccines than have died from every other vaccine combined in the past 32 years, which is just amazing. It's amazing. So we really need people to wake up, and hopefully hospital administrators, back to the point of asking people, please do come to the hospital board meetings. Sarasota Memorial Hospital board meetings are typically, it used to be every month that we could go and we could talk for 5 minutes. Now it's every other month, and we can talk for like 3 minutes if we've got more than 10 people speaking. So they've become less transparent since the COVID pandemic situation rolled out. And that's not what we need when a lot of people were definitely damaged by their protocols, and they're refusing to acknowledge, what they've done, what they continue to do. And they're refusing to acknowledge that a lot of the cases that they treat are related to the vaccines. So they talk about Upton Sinclair coined the phrase. What's that? So the COVID vaccines, Upton Sinclair said a man will not admit a truth that affects his livelihood. So that's why the hospital administrator, who I believe he's still making $2.2 million a year plus bonuses, and had a 10-year contract, had his contract extended because he made so much money on the CARES and the PrEP Act incentives at the hospital. So the board decided to keep him, and he didn't do any heroic things. He followed protocols. And when I asked him how to get my patients to come to Sarasota Memorial Hospital, that they didn't feel like coming, he said, F them, let them go somewhere else. And that was the CEO of the hospital. So I'm kind of shocked at the lack of, where is the love? Where is the love? So we need to gently remind these people that they are public servants, and Fauci was the highest paid government official in, even higher, almost twice what President Trump was supposed to make. President Trump turned his salary over to the U.S. people.
I saw that in Kennedy's book.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Haley, now we're filming driving over to 5 Points Park. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Vic. Bye. All right. They got lots of signs with them. So this has been a good turnout.
Yeah.
A lot of people that did work, and people were taking a little bit of time away from work to be here and to make a statement, which is what we had to do.
Definitely. Shout out to Michelle in the Hollow for making it happen.
Yes.
And Vic. Awesome.
So we were scrounging around. I had to scrounge around to get money at the last minute to get Josh down here from California. We thought that there would be more people donating, which would be great if people understood what it was about.
Yeah. I was mind blown when I got the notice that he was going to be here.
So I wasn't sure if we had to have him, but he is an organizer and does a good job. So it was me, Susan Sweeting, Amy, and then Vic came in as a sponsor, as well as myself. I don't know who else, and I think anybody and everybody that gave money, even if you gave $20 on the site, V is for vaccine, and there's still time to donate to that cause. It's appreciated. And you could also donate to the Hollow and support Vic and We the People Clinic and others that are helping treat vaccine injuries and helping to spread the word about medical freedoms. finding parking here should be
Oh yeah, it's gonna be
a little bit tougher.
Especially right next to each other.
So even over at Marina Jack's, parking might be an option. So I'm not sure. Is that not where it is right up in there? Yes. Hey there, I'm in Raj's truck. We're heading that way. Is there any parking? I think where we were parked at Marina Jack's was probably the best place to get parking. Selby Library? I didn't see any parking places there.
It's kind of tough.
It's
Street parking is fine.
we're just trying to get there. We're right behind the truck that's got the Fauci in jail. Yeah. Yep. All right. So we will head that direction. That was Susan. So she sees.
We're trying to transition you out of here. We got to do a battery change on you. Are you still running?
Yes.
Okay, we need a battery change here. You got people waiting for you?
Yep, got people in there.
Okay, you got 3 minutes?
Got 3 minutes.
You got 3 minutes. Copy that.
All right.
Okay.
Hey guys. Hi.
So 3 minutes more of education as we try to get our van parked. There's a big turnout here. Big We the People truck.
Yeah, maybe tell us what you expect to happen here. Or
So what we've got going on is I know that Joseph Ladapo is speaking, Dr. Joe Sansone, myself. I'm not sure how many other people, some of my other friends might be heading out here to speak and to address the crowd for the health freedom part of the rally. So this should be probably a few hundred people here. If we find some parking places, that's the goal.
Okay, keep your camera running, get out of the car.
So I think we are exiting vehicle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm gonna pull Trump.
Can we bring your Trump to you later?
Can you get you don't want to bring Trump out with me now?
Oh, we can do that.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you talk.
So guys, we arrived at the next location. This is where all the action is going to be. And if you look behind me, you can see this massive event over here taking place. And we're going to actually try to move the vehicle and the cameraman over into that location. And so we're going to do this a little juggling here, multitasking here. Just put your hazards on for just a moment. And do you want someone to carry that for you? No, you got it? All right, cool.
All right. Are we heading over?
So you're going to head on over. Just try and stay. I think your people will be over there somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. You're still in range.
All right. We're heading.
What's that? Is it still running?
It's still running.
Yeah, we'll give you a battery.
You gonna come?
In just a second.
You come with me?
Just stay with him.
All right. Come with me.
Terry,
yes.
Come back here for a second.
All right. We're doing battery change.
Okay, just keep her talking for a little bit while we sort that out.
That's not difficult. So I'm hoping that we end up having some shade here for all these people that have turned out. It looks like a very good turnout. I'm seeing at least a couple hundred people, and we're going to get some exposure here in Five Points Park. We got nice permits for this peaceful rally to let people know that there's another way of looking at health freedom, and it's not supporting Fauci, who is now speaking at Van Wezel as we speak. I hope that our friends were in there and asking him some tough questions, though I doubt that Fauci's going to address any questions from the crowd, because he can't. He is very good at lying, and and saying that if you question Fauci, you are questioning the science. So, but we are expecting an excellent turnout, and I do appreciate again the support of Vic Mellon from We the People and from Hollow 2.0. I appreciate support of everybody that's helped with making signs and showing up and flag waving, and I appreciate everybody who's going to be speaking at upcoming SMH board meetings in support of medical freedoms.
Let me get in
Oh,
there.
I'm serious, but you can get as many vaccines as you like, ma'am. It's your choice, but don't make us, please. I'm a physician that happens to know that they're causing more death than they're causing protection. But you can't argue with brainwash. It's very difficult. Propaganda is difficult. Now, are we heading that direction, you think?
Okay, come with me.
All right, we're waiting for.
All right.
Waiting for another.
I see.
All right,
thank you for being such a star and filling the airspace. We're going to have someone follow you. You can go ahead and do what you need to do. And you're just going to follow Dr. Weinstein.
I love that.
Have you done your battery change? Okay. Stand by. Change.
Right in time for the last one. Thank you for your service.
You're going to follow me momentarily, okay?
Is it also kind of good?
But you got some juice, right? Yeah, that's fine. As soon as you deploy, we'll switch out. Let me just make sure.
You want me to give it up for now?
The bombs bursting and gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Now, if you guys will give a warm welcome back to Allie Legg and Michelle Posey, hosts of Open Mic on Patriot TV.
So we're being filmed, so come with me. Come with me. You want your very own sign. This is one of my lovely patients, and he can vouch to say that the vaccine killed.
National show on Patriot TV. We're really proud to say it's the #1 show on Patriot TV. So if you're not watching it, you're missing out. Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're live. So 2 women, an open mic, and live TV. What could possibly?
Shall we be videotaping them, or what do you think is the best use of it?
You can say the chocolate joke. I can't because the political correct police will get me. Guys, we're so grateful that you are here. Listen, Freedom Fest, this is the first one, but it's possibly the first of many because we have found our voice. We realize that since 2020, we are never going silent again. Never! Every time somebody like Fauci thinks that he has a platform, we're going to make sure that we give you an equal platform because we will never go back. Never means never, so thank you for coming out. I have to start today. Of course, we're going to have some great speakers, some musical guests. Obviously, our keynote speaker being Dr. Joseph Ladapo, Surgeon General. Thank you. But we have to start by saying a huge thank you to today's solo event sponsor. This man puts his money and his heart into the cause. Where is Vic Meller? Vic Meller. He did not want to take the stage, but Vic, thank you for everything you do. You guys don't realize, but thank you.
Yay.
Sarasota County had, a couple years ago, we had an illegal mask mandate where they forced masks on at their wits' end. What are we going to do? We need mask exemption. Meller really took the lead in championing really a vaccine, I guess, passport vaccine exemption program out at the Hollow 2A. There were thousands and thousands of families that showed up, and we knew then, Vic, that you are a community leader. God bless you and Magda for what you do.
Also, being a veteran, understands the sacrifice it takes to continue liberty, right? It requires a very significant level of sacrifice. It requires your money, your time, your life, and sometimes all three. And Vic Meller understands that on a soul purpose, on a soul level. And so we are absolutely thankful for him and his generosity. And we are just appreciative of everything that you're able to do for us. So thank you.
Vic Meller is the owner of the Hollow 2A. It's a nonprofit. Also, We the People Health and Wellness Center in Venice.
It's a biohack center, you guys. You have to go biohack your health. Visit the We the People Health and Wellness Center in Venice, Florida. It's phenomenal.
He's also the owner of the Hollow Forever Free, which is another nonprofit, does a lot of great things for children. And Allie and I, along with Vic, are co-directors of the Hollow Alliance, bringing lobbying, candidate training, and a 501c4 right here in Sarasota County. We are going to change the makeup of
Right, you want me to cut off?
All right, so we have our keynote speaker in the wings. I want to double check. Are we good? Okay, I want to welcome the person who has helped make Florida remain free through all that COVID debacle. None other than Florida's Surgeon General, Joseph Latico.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
You know, I want to stall just a minute. There was a rumor that he was being considered for CDC director. How cool would that have been? All right, we're holding up. We're holding up. Latico for governor. Thank you, Joseph Latico.
Where's the interviewer or the lady?
Good morning. I had a question. I thought Susan was going to be up here, but I don't see her. Susan, how much time do I have to talk?
Can I move closer?
Does anyone? All right. Okay. I'll just go. Okay. Okay. Hey, what's going on, brother? Hey. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's see. Is that okay? Is that all right? Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. If I need to move, you let me know. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you to Susan. Thank you to Vic. Thank you to all the freedom warriors out there who, with your hearts and your intention, have been fighting for freedom many years. For many of you, many years longer than I have been. So thank you all. Thank you everyone who's out here and who's been fighting, who's going to keep fighting. I'm really happy to be here. Susan and her group told me that one of our besties, Dr. Fauci, has come to somehow dared to come to the state of Florida to come and talk. And so, you know, so whenever there's a message from Dr. Fauci, it's good to have a counter message. And that's how it's been for many years, especially over the last few years. And fortunately, the counter message prevails because Dr. Fauci's message is about Dr. Fauci and his interests, and the counter message is about our interests as human beings and what is best, what we view as what is best for humanity and human freedom and human dignity. So I'm definitely happy to be here representing that alongside with you all. So there's so much happening. The world is so different now than it was, a few years ago, and in fact, even a few months ago. It's so much different. Thankfully, we have a different leader at the top of the executive branch with President Trump, and we have a different leader at Health and Human Services with Dr. Robert Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I want to give him a doctorate. And there's so many other good things, right? Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, a good friend of mine, along with Bobby. So the world is very different here, very different now, and that is a wonderful thing. I mean, yes, everyone out here, absolutely. Everyone out here is willing to keep fighting for as long as it takes. Right. But it's nice when there's a little bit of weight taken off of the wagon, right? If when the burden is a little bit lighter. And so the burden is a little bit lighter, but let me remind us all, for anyone who's unclear, and I think most of you are very clear, but for anyone who is unclear, the burden is still very heavy.
Yes.
The burden is still very heavy because unfortunately, the bad guys, the guys who were anti here in the state at that time, he had the bravery to go against the huge wall, the COVID narrative wall that had been built up, constructed brick by brick by my colleagues as physicians, by other state leaders, by health officials, by Dr. Fauci, by so many people. We had this COVID narrative wall, and he went up against it. And fortunately, part of that included the moves and the leadership he showed with the restrictions and the lockdowns and the COVID vaccine mandates. Eventually, I became part of that and recruited me to come over here, and we've continued to do things. So fortunately, we have that, but boy, is there still so much work to do. Where do we start with the work? Let's see, where shall we start? So, for one thing, here's just another great example, right? You've got this company, Monsanto, bought by beer, and they have this product that unfortunately is in almost all of the food that we have in this country, glyphosate. And right now, they are lobbying to obtain state protections and federal protection against harms from their glyphosate, their weed killer. And yeah, and it's akin to what happened with the vaccines. And what's the problem with this? The problem, again, is forces that have taken their priorities and put them above your priorities, above the priorities of your family. Well, why do they even need to seek these protections? Because it turns out there's a lot of scientific evidence that shows that glyphosate, among other things, seems to be linked with cancer. Is that all it's linked with? No. It also seems to be linked with hormone dysfunction. It seems to be linked with immune dysfunction. It's linked with many different harms. And instead of having a thoughtful conversation, right? Instead of having the conversation about, does it really make sense to not let young people be outside, play outside, get together, attend school? Does it really make sense not to do that and instead to try and shut them apart in homes and have them looking at iPad screens for education? Instead of having that rational conversation, which in this case, the rational conversation, the sensible conversation was, well, you know what, gosh darn it, how can we make our food healthier so we're not poisoning people? The conversation that is instead being had by these guys is, well, how do we obtain state protections? And they're currently lobbying to try and secure state protections. They've already had some success in Georgia. They're trying in Florida. It's insane, but that is the playing field that we are part of. That is the reality, and that is why what everyone out here is doing is so important. That's why it's so important that everyone keeps doing what they're doing out here. More insanity. Where else can we go? Well, this is another great example, right? Another great example. It's actually very akin to the conversations that have been happening in the state of Florida about fluoride addition to water, right? So you have some people, whatever their energetic or spiritual intentions was, we can have a conversation about that. Whatever the scientific cover is, well, all this man-made pollution is gonna, that's gonna lead to the end of the world, as if that's what's gonna lead to the end of the world, right? Right.
I have to go back there now.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we can have the end of the world, but it's not because of the things that we are doing as human beings to just take care of our families and be together. It's because of all these efforts to save us from the end of the world. But so what these forces, what this idea or what this ideology really is doing is saying that, well, with the United Nations and other countries, what we are going to do to save the planet and save everyone on the planet is we are going to release different substances into the air, substances with aluminum and barium and cadmium and silicone, all these other substances. And and we're gonna, it will help deflect the sun and all this stuff. Did anyone ever bother to come and ask you whether people have a right to put stuff in the air you breathe? I mean, this is the madness. The same thing goes with fluoride. I mean, at this point, the scientific evidence really doesn't support it as a public health benefit in terms of even looking at dental benefit. It just doesn't, it's not supported now. There was more evidence decades ago, but now it's not supported. But even putting that aside, who in heaven's name thinks that they are entitled and have a right to medicate you without your permission? Who has the right to do that? No one has the right to do that except you. Sensible, human-centered, grounded, God-inspired conversations. They want to have this scientific, technocratic conversation about why they have a right to put stuff, medicine in your water without your permission. It is insane. And the cherry on top of the pie is the fact that it's not even supported by scientific evidence. Now the scientific evidence is showing that, well, it's probably harming pregnant women and their babies. It's probably harming children. It may be harming adults too. That's what the scientific evidence is showing. And that's where a sane conversation starts. But so much of our leadership wants to engage you in insane conversations about whether I can fire you today or give you another week to see if you change your mind about taking a new vaccine. Those are insane conversations, right? Those are the topics. right? Insane conversations about whether you're allowed to fly on a plane or open your business, right? Your business, what you poured your blood and sweat into, right? Insane conversations about when you're going to be allowed to do that again, right? So much of the playing field, of the battlefield, is about these crazy conversations, and they're normalized with people thinking that that's a conversation that they're supposed to be having. So that's why what you all are doing and what you all, I'm sure, will continue doing is so important. I want to take a moment to talk about what we're trying to do with the legislatures in Florida. So Governor DeSantis has advanced, and it's Senator Collins is leading it, this bill that has for the Department of Health a patient bill of rights. It's like the best thing, and what it's fighting to do is to end another insane conversation. The insane conversation that your pediatrician actually doesn't want to have with you, just wants to tell you that you can't come and bring your kid to my clinic unless you agree to take this vaccine and this vaccine and this vaccine on this date and that date and that date. That is an insane conversation that they are wanting you to be a part of. Why is that an insane conversation? Because when you seek medical care, there's something that every doctor is trained in medical school. And doctors are trained in this concept because of the mishaps and the missteps of medical doctors in the past, when they've experimented on people, when they've withheld antibiotics from people with infections like syphilis, when they performed lobotomies without consent.
Right.
And that is informed consent. The ethics, it's an ethical stable. It is the groundwork of being a physician. It is an intimate and inseparable part of the patient-doctor relationship. Yes, we want to help patients, but you cannot help a patient without their will. They get to choose what you do to their body. That is, it's not like, there's no debate about that. Okay? That's settled, right? Unlike the settled science, that is settled. There's no debate about that. People get to choose what they do with their bodies. And they get to choose that because they have sovereignty. And you know who granted them sovereignty? Yes, everything, right? God, right? It's manifested every single thing around us. Sovereignty. And the pediatricians want you to have an insane relationship where, well, it turns out you don't have that sovereignty. Here's what you need to put in your kid's body. Okay, and by the way, because of the amount of the consequences, right? You can't get care for your kid.
Right.
That means that those physicians, those pediatricians who are walking around telling parents this, cannot obtain your informed consent.
Right.
They cannot obtain your informed consent because they have created a situation that's coercive. You can't have informed consent when there's coercion. There's no debate about that. That's just how it is.
Yes.
But they want you to believe that they have a right to have this insane conversation and for you to be a part of it. So the governor is spearheading with Senator Collins this bill with a patient bill of rights, and we're fighting, guys. But, it's not as easy of a fight as it should be, right? There's some language in there that I'm hopefully going to be talking with some lawmakers this afternoon and tomorrow about to change, because instead of the way the right should be, unfortunately, there's some people who want to, they want to make it a little squishy, as I think Governor DeSantis likes to use that word, that would undermine your sovereignty. There are lawmakers that want to do that.
Yeah.
Let's get ivermectin sold over the counter.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We need that.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about ivermectin over the counter. Thank you for bringing that up. People brought that up. I'm gonna tell you, so it's not. So it's not something that that it's not one of the things that have been, and there are things that have been high on my mind that we've been working on, and it's not one of the ones that has been high on my mind. But I have noticed that people have reached out to me about it. I want to tell you, I mean, I think because ivermectin, as it turns out, despite some of the lies that we heard during the Biden administration, it's very low risk. I mean, it's a very safe medication. It's really safer than acetaminophen, than Tylenol. So in terms of folks who want it over the counter, I mean, I think that I personally, if someone wanted that, I think it's fine. Part of the problem I know people have been encountered is pharmacists who know better than any of the doctors and refuse to dispense it. I mean, give me a break. Give me a break. So, yeah, I support it. It's a safe medication. The one, as a data guy, as a scientist, the one thing I don't like about it is that that dynamic is that it's just a nerdy turn here, but it makes it harder to study so that we can do some studies. But anyway, I totally am supportive of it. I don't know if any lawmakers have been thinking about taking that up, but I'm totally supportive of it. I think it's a safe thing.
Back us off label. That's right. That's where you start, because I used to prescribe it like candy during the height of the pandemic until they suppressed it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? So much craziness, and frankly, unfortunately, led by Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, Dr. Bella.
And while we're talking about that, I want to take a moment to talk about something else people reached out to me about, and it's about vaccine injury, and about, for example, Cody's Law. Yeah, and so we've been working. Obviously, you guys have seen some of the things we've been doing, and we have more coming, and we actually have something. We should have something that should be coming out actually within the week that will be very fun, that we've been using our data and public health surveillance to do something important. So hopefully within about the next week, you'll hear about that. With Cody's Law and vaccine injury, I know a lot of people have reached out about about this issue of vaccine injury. So one of the reasons it's been really, and I'm grateful for the people who are trying to advance it here in Florida. Unfortunately, it's not making much progress. So I encourage supporters to keep calling your lawmakers to try and create some progress for it. So one of the challenges, this pandemic has been, it's been littered with so many evils and so many wrongs. Thank you very much. It's been littered with so many wrongs, right? It's from everything, right? All the lives that were destroyed in terms of businesses, all of the kids who fell behind in their school and whose lives are changed forever because of that, because education is one of the major predictors of progress and potential in this country. All the poor folks who were fired because they didn't want to take something in the job, all the people whose dignity was denigrated because they didn't want to take something for their job but didn't feel like they had a choice and they ended up doing it. So many evils, right? So many assaults on human dignity. And one of them is how COVID-19 vaccine injury is unfolding. Yes. And I am completely, there's no doubt about there's a doubt about the depth and the breadth, and just in terms of how horrible and horrific these mRNA COVID-19 vaccines are. And I've tried to make my position very clear on that. No human being should ever put that in their body, and I'm sorry that people have, but it should never happen anymore.
All about the market. What they did to our military. Our nurses,
Just,
military.
it's one evil after the other. And unfortunately, the vaccine, part of the circumstances around vaccine injury is surrounded by the same evil. And what evil was that? Unfortunately, people like Dr. Fauci made it extremely difficult for people like me and other scientists who are actually interested in characterizing and quantifying vaccine injury related adverse events related to these mRNA COVID-19 vaccines possible to do. What do I mean by that? Well, one of the ways, and we do this in the Department of Health, we released a study back in 2021 that showed that, actually 2022, pardon me, that showed that young men were at higher risk for cardiac arrest in maybe the first 30 days or so after COVID-19 vaccines. And we're doing some other work right now. And again, you'll hear more about that probably within the next week. But one of the ways that we can prove these things is with data. And unfortunately, Dr. Fauci and others basically made it almost impossible to do this in a proper way. How did they make it impossible to do it in the proper way? They never supported the creation of codes, diagnosis codes that we could use as physicians to analyze this, and for physicians to actually document what they believe is suspected injury, adverse events from COVID-19 vaccines. They discourage doctors from reporting, from acknowledging, from documenting, whether it was in VEERS or even clinical notes, right? Organizations took away the licenses or the board certifications of doctors who spoke out about it. So I want to do more with COVID-19 vaccine injury. And I've got some ideas actually that we'll see if we're able to make some progress about it. And I can't disclose the details here that are database. But the people who set things up and who were in power, the leadership on the public health side, the physician side, created circumstances that made it very difficult to document this stuff, and therefore to have a structure that you can use to adjudicate cases. So I know I'm talking a little bit technically here, but the bottom line is that just another casualty, right? Another casualty of the evil that we've seen in the last few years has been the ability to appropriately identify and do something about, proactively about folks who have been adversely affected by COVID-19 vaccines. So that's the reason why I have not been able to do more yet. I am not done trying, and I never will be done trying. It will never, I never will be done trying. But I just want to let people know that, believe me, I hear you. And guys, it's one thing, right? These poor people like Brianne Dressen, I think, who have these absolutely, who have these devastating neurological, cardiac injuries immediately afterward. But guess what? Other people aren't in the clear. How many vaccines have been found later, right, to increase the risk of different autoimmune diseases? Yes. Right, that happens. Yes. Maybe it happens weeks, months, maybe even years later. But even those people, they may not be documented, but there's way more to this than just meets the eye, or that just happens immediately. There's way more to this. So it is a fight for our freedoms. It is a fight for our dignity. It is a fight for what it means to be a human being. And it is a fight. It is a fight for justice. It's a fight for virtue. And, again, I really appreciate everything everyone out here is doing to hold up that fight, to keep it moving forward. I'm glad we've got friends and friendlies in high places in Washington, D.C., but they cannot do it alone. Right. In fact, they not only can't do it alone, it won't happen alone for them. It happens here at the grassroots level. It happens at the state level. It happens with your actions. So please, thank you for what you're doing. I'm deeply appreciative. I will keep doing the same on my end. Thank you, guys. God bless you guys. Thank you, guys. God bless you guys.
Give it up for Dr. Joseph Latimer, everybody. Isn't it refreshing to have an actual doctor that has common sense actually talk to us? Yes.
We love that. But you know what? We've got a lot of doctors in the house today that have common sense. One of them's coming up now. We talked a little bit about the We the People Health and Wellness Center right here in Sarasota County in Venice, Florida. You're blessed to have it. If you haven't been there, check them out. I want to make sure we welcome a private provider there at the We the People Health and Wellness Center, Dr. Kendra Becker. Thank you.
Governor DeSantis is walking.
As is Colleen Burke. You guys can hear me okay, right?
All right.
Okay.
It's a big deal, girl.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about We the People Health and Wellness Center today. My name is Dr. Kendra Becker, and I'm here on behalf of We the People. We are a sanctuary for truth, freedom, and authentic healing. Today, I want to speak about the deep, irreversible harm Dr. Anthony Fauci inflicted on the American people during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Fauci promised safety, but what he delivered was confusion, coercion, and chaos. He shifted narratives with the wind. One day masks were unnecessary, the next day they were mandatory. And let's remember the 6 feet apart, which we found out years later was absolutely made up. He promoted lockdowns that decimated businesses, shattered mental health, and isolated the elderly. He pushed vaccines under his emergency use edict. While suppressing viable alternative treatments, he did all of this under the guise of science. Remember that? It became very evident over time that not just his poor judgment and his pattern of dishonesty, but that Dr. Fauci, in fact, manipulated data, ignored emerging evidence, and used his platform to silence experts who agreed to disagree. He told the public what was suited the political narrative, not what served their health. Treatments like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine were mocked and restricted, not because they were ineffective, but because they were threatened and to alter his monopoly of deception. The consequences here were grave. Families were torn apart, trust in medicine was eroded, and millions were left with questions and injuries. Sadly, the fallout of his whimsical edicts have left many permanently disabled or dead. But science isn't dogma. Science evolves through open dialogue, data, and dissent. Fauci weaponized science to push doctrine that hurt our children, hurt our economy, and hurt our very right to bodily autonomy. At We the People Health and Wellness, we are a place of healing. A body is supported through natural means. Integrative methods are used here, and no one is forced, no one is coerced, and no one is injected with a medical device that is disguised as salvation. We serve our patients with long COVID, vaccine injuries, chronic conditions that are worsening. We listen, we learn, and we help people truly heal. Our approach is grounded in patient and personal empowerment. We offer patients a voice, a choice, and a clear path toward healing. Whether you're recovering from long COVID, detoxing from a vaccine injury, or dealing with the stress and trauma caused by years of medical gaslighting, our doors and our hearts are open. Our practitioners are trained in real science, the kind that listens, that heals, and that honors the complexity of the human body. We are redefining what healthcare means in America. We do not bow to pharmaceutical interests or government mandates. We are reclaiming medicine for the people, and medicine that is patient-centered, individualized, and grounded in holistic truth. Our mission is not just to treat the symptoms, but to restore wholeness, dignity, and confidence in one's own body choices. This is what Fauci feared: a rising movement of free thinkers, of medical professionals unafraid to question the citizens who refuse to be silenced. We the People Health and Wellness is a model for the future, a place where healing is no longer bound by fear, but led by freedom. We invite all who have suffered, all who have doubted, and all who are ready to heal to join us. At We the People, we educate, we guide, and we restore. No one is turned away for questioning, and no protocol is enforced without consent. We work alongside our patients as partners, not as test subjects. Among emerging therapies we provide at We the People is one called IVPRP. IVPRP is a
a protocol that we use where we remove blood from the arm, spin it down, and take out the important nutrients of blood, prepare that part of the blood, which is called platelets, and re-inject it into the body. That helps heal the brain and the central nervous system first, the heart and the lungs second.
through. We were thrilled. 9:30 p.m. that night. As we all well know, those middle of the night calls. I was called by one of the nurses in a panic telling me they need to intubate my husband and he wouldn't do it unless he talked to me first. His last words to me were, "I'm fighting and I love you." He died 1 week later on September 14th, 2021. And all I received was a phone call. "Cynthia, we lost Eric." And the doctor hung up the phone. 1 year after his death, I got his medical records looked at by two doctors, one being a heart surgeon and the other an ER doctor. They both said that my husband did not die from COVID. He died from a 22-day-long heart attack that was left completely untreated. The hospitals chose remdesivir, intubation, and death. In other words, money over treating the patient and doing no harm. All I received was the phone call. "Cynthia, we lost Eric." No warning, no come hold his hand, nothing. He never even got to meet his first grandchild, who was born just a week before he was intubated 4 floors below him in the same hospital. All I'm asking you guys to date is to hear these stories. We have a woman up here, she just showed up today, so I didn't get a chance. She lost her son to these he was only 39 years old, to the same thing as the rest of us. I'm asking you, hear our stories. Leadership, do not dismiss them again. The pandemic claimed countless lives, leaving families and communities grieving and forever changed. We are offering ourselves as the voice for those who are still wondering, did my loved one really die from COVID in the hospital? Don't just say to us, "I'm sorry for your loss." Ask me what you can do to make sure we honor our loved ones and all of those that were killed. We are here for change and to bring good out of our grief. We urge leadership to take meaningful action to honor those lost and support those left behind. And this is what us warrior widows are asking for. A national day of remembrance to commemorate the lives lost, fostering unity and healing. We also want support for the affected families, including mental health services and financial aid for those suffering from ongoing financial hardship. And 3, and most importantly, a transparent review of pandemic response policies to learn from past decisions, ensure accountability, and strengthen future preparedness. These steps would show from our leadership for the bereaved, for those of us who lost so greatly, and commit to a resilient future. We ask for true empathy and resolve. And say with me, hear our stories. Hear our stories. Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody lose the room key from the Hilton?
I want to sit down.
That is definitely tough to hear, but you know, I don't care what party you affiliate with, I don't care how you really vote. If your heart for humanity doesn't bleed for those stories, then we need to do better as people. There's a lot of topics that they discuss that we should at least be able, what do you do in the medical field? You go and you do an autopsy. Why are we not doing an autopsy with what happened through COVID and how we dealt with it? It should be basic. So thank you, ladies, for your bravery.
And guys, if you have not seen the movie License to Kill, I strongly encourage you to go find it, pay for it, share it, watch it with your family members, your friends, those on the left side, those in the middle, those on the right side. Just watch the film. It explains what these women have gone through and what so many of us have gone through throughout this whole pandemic in full detail, down to the money, right? We always say follow the money. Well, this movie called A License to Kill explains it all, and you will be shocked.
Guys, another movie you want to get is the Flynn documentary. Any of you guys see that? General Michael Flynn, we have the one and only Jimmy Levy, who recorded the soundtrack to that movie. He's going to be joining us. Welcome, recording artist Jimmy Levy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you copy though? My confidence letter is
Jimmy!
Yes.
What's up? What's up? God bless you all. God bless you all.
Oh, my number is 2.
Thanks. We've been through the ringer with all of this, but at the end of the day, it's important to know that there is somebody with us, and his name is Yeshua. He's been with us from the beginning. We had to go through these battles, but he took the battle, the biggest battle of all, and it's important to remember that through all of this persecution. So, if you know, I was in the music industry for 12 years, and one thing I've learned being around all of the biggest artists in the world, writing with them, working hand in hand, is that they are pushing a demonic agenda. I didn't know that Satan was real. I was born Jewish. I didn't grow up learning about Satan or Jesus. And I started to understand how real he was by being in the industry and realizing that a lot of these people worship him. And a lot of these people do rituals and sacrifices for him. And it's that real. Now, what does this have to do with the vaccine? These same people that do that like to deceive the masses. And when the rollout happened during COVID, and it was one of the greatest deceptions of all time, led by Satan himself, these people were accepting money to push it on our children. I got offered to promote the lockdowns, hundreds of thousands of dollars. My friends, a lot of my friends, they caved and they did it for the money, even if they didn't take it themselves. And I learned, wow, people will just do whatever just to get some money, you know? And sadly, you know, I was deceived for a while, and I wanted to be cool and edgy. And, you know, I started doing a lot of songs about the devil. And I started realizing my personality changed. God was like, okay, you want to do that? You want to play that game? I'll show you how real it is. And I got to be in rooms and saw a lot of things I wasn't happy with. I got to get tormented by demons, demonic spirits. I came from an occult family, so I was always open-minded during those things to allow those things around me, until I realized how real the devil was. And I realized if Satan is real, then Yeshua is real. And he can't touch a child of Yeshua. He cannot touch us, because we have the authority to trample on him and anything that he sends our way. He's the scorpion and he's the serpent, and we step on it. So I got offered a $10 million contract. They said, you can't say God, you can't say Jesus, you can't talk about the vaccine. And this was when I was already speaking out, and I thought, oh wow, God's blessing me. Nope, I was wrong. It was the devil trying to silence me. And, you know, I didn't end up signing that contract, and instead I wrote a song at the beginning of the lockdowns with a rapper named Hi-Rez, and it went, this is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. And within the first day, it went #1 in the U.S. They retracted their contract, but by the next day, it was #1 in 30 countries. But it was making an impact, and I was like, you know what? This is what God wanted me to do. He gives us all a gift, and he expects us to use it for him. And for me in my department as an artist, all singers are given a gift for him. It was made to worship him. People ask, what is this with the Satan in the industry? It's very simple. Satan was the war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give you the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. Home of the slave, do the crickets make a sound? Where's the bold and the brave? We don't have to stand our ground. This is a war on the children. They give the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give the cure with the sickness. This is a war. I don't have the rapper here, so. This is a war that we live in. Don't ever reveal to you that they have to leave. You don't tell you what the hell you agree. You sheep in the herd, you don't know who's leading you. Keep on listening to follow your mind. So hollow you being caught up by governments following everything in the media tell you without a question or a problem. All of these sheep being slaughtered, there wasn't no water. Removing the father and closing these dollars. Ignoring blue collar kids in the dollar. And washing your sons and your daughters. Ain't gotta be honor if I'm being honest. I just ain't picking a side, but I'm on the rock for my freedom and not for my freedom. And question the government line. A lot of my mind, so little time. Gotta thank God that we're needing the sign. The devil he hides and ego and pride. They sell up, they're paying the price. I won't give you more than you can handle. Government should be the schedule. Every politician got a scandal. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They kill and cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They kill and cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. I'd rather be red pill, get killed. The ignorant living can leave that skill. But set up for something you fall up and making no way to the world that we know for real. This is the revelation of a generation losing civilization. I'm the Terminator, just a liberator. So my dedication, fucking terminator, fucking medication. The administration can act alienated, so exterminated. So I just keep on praying for your salvation. You are outdated. Society becoming outrageous. Keep your house painted for the firstborn. The angel of death in his worst form. We be his form, but not for their horns. Remember, this isn't their first war. They come in prepared, so just be aware. They do not want to hear none of your prayers. This is a war, they ain't unfair. They feed up your fear, they want you scared. Nothing is fair, it's all in the air. Just be aware. You think I care more, but you know the one is clear. This is a war. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. Oh, of the slave to the crickets make a sound. Where's the bold and the brave? We don't have to stand our ground. Oh, of the slave to the crickets make a sound. Where's the bold and the brave? We don't have to stand our ground. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give the cure with the sickness. This is a war on tradition. This is a war on religion. This is a war on the children. They give the cure with the sickness. This is a war. This is a war. This is a war. God already won it. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah. And speaking of amen, one sec on that one. We're gonna have to restart. It starts right at the beginning. This is a song called Amen. Amen is my thank you to the Lord for taking me out of the darkness of the music industry and allowing me to be here. Because right now, if there were things that I accepted, I would have had my mouth tapered and I would be singing whatever agenda they would be telling me. So I hope to encourage any artist or a parent that knows has a kid that wants to be an artist or whatever it is, that God can do way more for you and you get to keep your soul. But God already owns it. You can't lose what's not yours. But they could tell you that you lost your soul so that you stay doing their bidding. But God owns every soul. Yes. Anyway, this is amen. And God has carried all our burdens. We have to thank him at the end of the day. So I know you'll never understand when it's summer opening outside on the cold hard floor. And then I heard an angel cry. He said it ain't my time to die. You don't know what I have in store. And I'm singing with all of the angels in heaven. I need a reason to live this life another day again. And I'm pleading, put in position to lead it. I am so grateful, Jesus. Amen. Sometimes you gotta see the light, yeah. That's how you make it out alive when you're empty. He'll make you full inside. If you ever fall the dark again, yeah, He will always give you a hand. Oh, God is good all the time. Yes, He is. And I'm singing with all of the angels in heaven. I need a reason to live this life another day again. And I'm pleading, put in position to lead it. I am so grateful, Jesus. Amen. Yeah, yeah. Don't you know that He already died for me? So you better hold on to your faith. You don't have to go. You just let Him save your soul. Jesus, amen. And I'm singing with all of the angels in heaven. But I need a reason to live this life another day again. Put in position to live. I am so grateful, Jesus. Amen. Come on. To live this life another day again. And I'm pleading, put in position to lead it. I am so grateful, Jesus. Amen. And I just pray over everybody that only blessings come into your life. Any spirit of depression, any wickedness, nothing can touch you in the name of Yeshua. And I pray for comfort over all of the widows and anybody that's been affected and the vaccine injured. We stand with you in the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach. God bless you. And I'm going to do one final song for y'all. If anyone who remembers the Canadian trucker convoy that went around the world. So I wrote one of the theme songs called Welcome to the Revolution. And I'd like for you guys to sing it with me. If you remember, it goes, we will not comply with the institution, seek illusion, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. And we are the revolution, remember that. You will not comply with the institutions, seek illusion, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institutions, seek illusion, it won't be televised. Welcome to the revolution. I'ma make my own choice.
purpose. Government can tell you what your worth is, so deeper than the surface. They don't even want you researching or asking questions. We all being tested. Shut your mouth and comply, that's the message. Come on, sing it with me. Suppressive expression. We will not comply with the institutions. Seeking welcome to the revolution.
God bless y'all. Welcome to the revolution. May God be with you all. Glory to God. Thank you.
I love that. Guys, we're going to keep it rolling. We've got a real advocate for patients throughout the COVID debacle. One of the lonely voices that was speaking out against the protocols in our hospitals. I'm talking about the one and only Dr. Sherry Weinstein.
Well, it has to get a lot shorter here. I might not even need a mic. You'll be happy to know I'm not going to sing and dance up here, but I am going to share some things that are actually pretty near and dear and important. And I want to thank everybody here, every one of you that showed up, every one of you that came to Van Ways and Marina Jacks to carry signs and to wear T-shirts and to try to wake up the community as to the crimes of humanity that have been being perpetrated. So I am Dr. Sherry Weinstein. I'm an internal medicine doctor. I'm going to bring this down so I don't have to hold it down. And I've been practicing at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. I had my own private concierge practice for the past 20 years. I've been on staff at the hospital for 25 years. And for 23 of those years, I was a darling doctor. I could memorize the vaccination schedule, and I made all of my patients get every vaccination. If they didn't take the shots, like the flu shots, then I was secretly happy when they got the flu. I didn't believe them when they told me that they got the flu after they got the vaccines, because that's not what we were taught in medical school. So I did wake up during COVID because in 2020, I had one of the first cases of COVID in this town, and a 76-year-old diabetic with kidney failure, AFib, fortunately was already on blood thinners. So when she ended up getting a little bit sicker, she didn't make blood clots because she was already on blood thinners. She was already on vitamin D. She was already on fish oil. My patients of you that are in the crowd, you know how I love vitamin D, fish oil, vitamins. I mean, these are the wellness cocktails. This is what keeps people alive. I've treated thousands of cases of COVID and no one has died. Most did not go to the hospital. Only 2 went to the hospital. So just to give you a little bit of my background, so I've also been one of the only doctors. I was on the co-chairwoman of the Quality Improvement Board at Sarasota Memorial Hospital. And I was in charge of reviewing cases where people died or people had adverse outcomes. And many of those cases were people that were admitted with COVID. And lo and behold, I find out that they actually were put in they came in with abdominal pain or a car accident or a drug overdose, and they were swabbed with a nasal swab, which has a false positive rate of somewhere between 75 and 85%. They were called COVID cases and put in COVID lockdown wards. Okay, and some of those patients did not get examined by a physician because the doctors were saving personal protective gear. And quite honestly, some of the doctors were scared to death of a freaking viral infection. So they didn't examine the patients and people died. And I saw that and I asked at the QI board why they didn't have a problem with admitting people with COVID and giving them no treatment when these people died. So they listened to me and said, well, Dr. Weinstein, not everyone feels comfortable using ivermectin. Well, 44 doctors at the hospital did feel comfortable, but they kept us from using it. They kept us from using ivermectin. They kept us from using hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine, colchicine, azithromycin, high doses of steroids that we usually use for typical respiratory viral infections. They did not allow it. They only allowed emergency use authorized products like molnupiravir made by Merck, who threw ivermectin under the bus when they knew they had another drug that was a big ticket item. Paxlovid by Pfizer. The remdesivir, the other name is remdesivir, exactly. And my heart goes out to all the widows that are in this crowd, and I know several of them. I know several of my patients that are vaccine injured and lost their loved ones. My own mother died. My father-in-law died. My mother-in-law is demented. I've got immediate onset of Parkinson's in my patients. I've got turbo cancers. I've got vaccine-associated immune deficiency syndrome. And the sad thing is, in this whole pandemic, the only person that got immunity from these vaccines is freaking Fauci. We all got vaccine-associated immune deficiency syndrome. We all got shed on. We lost our kids, our parents, our grandparents because of Fauci being the snake he is. So Sarasota Memorial Hospital has driven away excellent practitioners from the hospital. I was one of the only ones that would speak up. Most doctors were scared of losing their practices. So I have finally, I sold my practice recently, and it's given me more time to make those beautiful neon signs that you see and to come out with you guys. Otherwise I'd be, taking care of all my vaccine injured patients at my office. But I get to be here with you guys making a bigger difference. Now, I am actually going to be publishing my work along with a wonderful organization called Children's Health Defense. And if you are not aware, please, Children's Health Defense, go on, give them $10 for a lifetime membership, and you'll be a hero. You will hear about all the wonderful information. And our savior, they call it RFK Jr., the savior of the planet. That was Time Magazine. RFK Jr. is the savior of the planet. He may be the savior of America if we will let him.
Right.
So what I want to do is I want to have a call to action for you all. You know, I go to the board meetings at Sarasota Memorial Hospital nearly every month. Since we got 3 new Health and Freedom doctors on 3 new Health and Freedom people, including Vic Rowe, who's in the audience. Thank you, Vic, for being here. We had Bridget Fiorucci. We really have some other people that need to be educated to what went on, because it's not over, guys. COVID's not over. They're planning the next pandemic. Peter Hotez is picking up where Fauci left off, and they're planning the next thing to poison us with. So I would ask that you come and you get involved. You know, get involved with Stanford Health Freedom. Get involved with the Sarasota Memorial Hospital board meetings. They're every month, every other month. Sometimes they make them closed. But make your voices heard. Let them know we're not going to stand idly by. Someone just told me today that they're still making the nurses get the COVID shots in order to work at the hospital. This is absolutely asinine. We know it's been shown that the vaccines do not provide immunity. They don't stop transmission. And if you've had 3 or more shots, you're more likely to have vaccine-associated immune deficiency syndrome. I'm happy to say that I got some help on this forefront. One of my buddies, Dr. Pierre Corey from the Frontline COVID Care Alliance. Give it up for Pierre. You should be here talking. But he is in our city. We're blessed to have him. He's working. You know, I tried to get him to come in and work with me, and he said, Sherry, that's so cute. That's so sweet. I never have to go into work again. I can work from my house. And I said, yeah, jerk. Anyway, we're very blessed to have a lot of Health and Freedom people here that are making a difference. So your voices will be heard. And if you have been vaccine injured or know people that are vaccine injured, please get in touch with me. I have my car still at Marina Jacks. I've got a box full of vaccine adverse event reporting site manuals that can show you how to report vaccine injuries. We need to get this publicized. I've got other information to pass out. I've got some signed copies of Pierre Corey's book, The War on Ivermectin. So just keep your ears peeled. Support those that are supporting you. Thank you very much, and God bless America. God bless you all.
All right, everybody, how's everybody doing? Give it up for Dr. Sherry. Isn't it amazing? We have so many great doctors in Sarasota, here in Florida, period. But this next speaker you all know very well. Her name is Michelle Posey. She's Director of Operations for the Hollow Alliance. She is producer, director, host of Open Mic on Patriotic.tv, as well as Coastal Conservative News. She also ran for Florida State House. Guys, she is a dynamic speaker. She's one of my best friends. I call her my sister in Christ, Michelle Posey.
We're trouble together. We're just going to say,
yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I want to, it's okay. I just want to spend a minute here and get a little bit personal with you guys. I talk a lot, but I don't really talk about why I got involved in, I don't know, politics, activism, and speaking. So I just want to kind of be raw and real with you for a moment. I would not even be standing here today before you orchestrating events like this if it weren't for the events that took place in my life in 2020. My life was far from public scrutiny. And like the rest of you all, I was just a stay-at-home mom, right? I was pretty comfortable and pretty complacent. But when the early onset reports of COVID-19 surged, I felt that same nervousness, fear, and anxiety that the rest of the world felt. So when my dad was hospitalized during a trip to Illinois, and I later found out that the hospital suspected he had COVID, my heart literally sank. Like so many others, I was hearing reports of successes with early treatment options, but I was also hearing the terrors of ventilating protocols that patients rarely return from, and the lockout of families from being bedside while saying goodbye to their loved ones. My dad, like so many others of his generation, you know, the baby boomer generation, good generation, fought for his country, fought for his family, and now was fighting for his life. And I dug my heels in and decided it was my turn to fight for him. This began a long journey that many of you have had as well, a long, daunting of advocating for my father as much as possible while communicating to nurses, hospital staff, and doctors that were on this weird schedule of rotation that would forbid me from getting true continuity of care for my dad. But let me stop right there. This rally and this speech and what we're doing in this movement is in no way shedding shade on our medical professionals, our doctors, our nurses, our first responders. This world doesn't tick without you. We love you. We're grateful for you. So again, I want to make sure that we give accolades to our first responders here today and all those who chose to serve in healthcare. We love you. But what I would find out is that the early framework of Obamacare had a lot to do with why I was handicapped in getting my dad help. Nurses helped FaceTime me, my dad and I. The ICU staff would play Johnny Cash music for him. So many doctors tried fervently to answer my questions, but none of it mattered, guys. Because for the first time in the history of medicine, the outcome was already decided. There was no care in healthcare. It was follow the barking orders of three-letter agencies. And that was a wake-up call for me. You see, I would ask about simple treatments like hydroxychloroquine, and I was told that was not part of a protocol for treatment. I said, if he's gonna die anyway, then why not try it? Our family basically had to agree to waiving any say in my dad's treatment because he now fell under their COVID protocol. Even his doctors were puzzled at this top-down approach to medicine that had swept the hospital and the nation. Ultimately, though, I fought hard to advocate for my father. He took his final breath and died in an ICU where he was kept away from loved ones for almost 8 weeks. 8 weeks in a sterile environment with no sign of family or loved ones. 8 weeks without seeing the faces of those who you're supposed to be fighting to survive for. 8 weeks of depression and exhaustion as a patient who's supposed to have so much to live for. I want to take a brief break here because we've had a lot of counter protests, right, in support of not only Fauci, but maybe countering some other issues. Maybe it's immigration you don't agree with. Maybe it's education you don't agree with. But I want to tell you this. All those people that are fighting because they don't appreciate what we're doing with deportations in this country, separating families, stood idly quiet while they separated us from our loved ones during COVID.
Okay.
We're no longer going to stand for politics and business as usual.
Sorry.
His name was Edward Handel Sr. Edward Handel Sr. At the risk of having my own George Floyd moment here, I want to say his name again. Edward Handel Sr. because I think Anthony Fauci and countless others should be forced to know the names of those who died needlessly while under Fauci's tyranny of medicine. Listen, we wouldn't even be having this event or this conversation if Anthony Fauci had not used your tax dollars to play God in a lab in Wuhan, China. The very gain-of-function research that newly leaked internal documents show was being conducted The idea of
How do you
taking
feel,
a
Gus?
virus, you guys, and manipulating it and making it more lethal is
Beautiful.
literally the epitome of evil. Fauci did that. The emails and documents obtained through FOIA requests
Nice view.
that now show that most everyone agreed that virus
Get the
had
Broadway
leaked
Cafe.
from the lab in Wuhan, only to now have whistleblowers who have revealed that those same officials were bribed into changing their story. That is not science. Don't ask me to follow it. You and I have loved ones that should be here with us today had it not been for the mastermind of Anthony Fauci and the unethical research he was conducting on your dime in Wuhan, China. That makes him a murderer in my book.
That's what I did
But
at
it doesn't
the,
stop there.
the Musk.
The unconstitutional mandates that this mastermind concocted led our free world into a tailspin, and it took our sovereign liberties and tried to crush them. Suddenly, a bureaucrat was telling you whether or not you were essential. Businesses were forced closed, while big box retailers stayed open. Schools went to distance learning, while teachers' unions fought hard to keep schools closed. Beaches were closed, sporting events canceled, and graduations canceled. Churches were forced closed, literally, while strip clubs were deemed essential. Just ask Pastor Rodney Howard Brown from right here in Florida. Florida Sheriff Chad Chronister, let's make him famous, was proud of himself for handcuffing a pastor for holding service during COVID. Guys, looking back on it, it was like we had temporary insanity. But who authored the insanity? Anthony Fauci. The idea that a mask knit together from fabric somehow stopped the world's most deadliest virus was outrageous. But Fauci said to do it, and the masses did. We were scolded that we should follow the science, but those same people told us to stand 6 feet apart because a virus could travel 5.5 feet and not 6. That's the most unscientific thing I've ever heard. But the craziest thing, you guys, the craziest thing was still to come. For the first time in history, now you were being asked to take an injection to protect other people. A shot that no one knew the ingredients of because the insert was literally completely blank. How can I give informed consent to something I am not properly informed of? The shot was never tested for efficacy, but people were told to line up like cattle for it. So much of this made no sense, but because Fauci mandated it, people did it. Which brings me to why we're all here today. We may have to agree to disagree on many different topics. That's part of what we have come to love about this country and our constitutional republic. Whether you're Democrat, Republican, or an independent, today I look out at you and I see you as a human being. And I ask you this, think about this. At what point do you say enough is enough? And we decide to unite in remembrance of some of the most atrocious things committed against humanity. Maybe we don't agree on education, okay? Maybe we don't agree on immigration. But can we at least agree to do no harm? Can we at least agree that the one thing the Hippocratic Oath says is to do no harm? And it's the one thing that Anthony Fauci has ignored. Listen, from cooking up this virus, to the lies about its origin, to the treatment protocol that hid valuable treatment options, to the blacklisting of real remedies and physicians who advocated for it, to the toxic treatment protocol that is more deadly than the virus itself, to the tyrannical mandates and overreach of bureaucracies in the name of safety, to the unethical and ineffective antidote that has made big pharma rich. What more does it take for you and I as humanity to stand up and say collectively, enough? Anthony Fauci and countless others would not need a preemptive pardon, which there really is no such thing, if he had not actually known that he was guilty. It's now up to the states. I'm calling out to state leaders. It's up to you to stand and hold Anthony Fauci accountable. We, the people, have to send a resounding message to those elected to represent us that we stand behind you, so go and do the right thing. Florida should lead the way in holding Anthony Fauci accountable for the death and destruction that his science and policies have caused. But it doesn't stop there. You and I, yes, even housewives like me, stay-at-home moms like me who used to be housewives, you and I need to take an active role in holding our elected representatives accountable. Whether it's the school board, the hospital board, city or county commissioners, we can never go back to our comfortable compliance. We can't go back to that complacency and the lives of just trusting others to carry the big lift. This mentality is what brought a quiet, stay-at-home, well, I wasn't really quiet. A quiet, if you believe that, stay-at-home mom like myself out of the kitchen. It's what propelled grandparents like you to speak at school board meetings. And it's what's made some of us run for office. What role are you gonna play going forward, guys? Don't tell me you don't do politics, because politics will definitely do you. And we saw that in COVID. Guys, make sure, if you want to know how you can get involved, I'm talking whether you want to run for office, you want to learn how to hold elected officials accountable, you want to be tied in with organizations in your community that do just that, please make sure you follow the Hollow Alliance on all social media platforms and visit www.thehollowalliance.com. God bless you guys. Let's say never again. I love you guys, but you know what? I love this next person even more, I have to say it, because we're sisters in crime, usually poking the bear all day long, but she's gonna come up here and sing a rendition of God Bless America. Let's welcome Allie Leger.
All right, you guys, you have to give it up for Michelle. She's amazing. Michelle Posey, everybody. All right. Are y'all ready to do this? Sing with me, because that would be helpful. I appreciate it. All right.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her with the light from the night above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with love. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you, guys.
You've been hiding that, Miss Mom.
I've been hiding it. So yes, as a veteran, that song has a very special place in my heart because I know exactly what kind of sacrifice that takes, and we are always asking God to bless this nation. God has had His hand on the inception of America since the beginning, and we must continue to push that forward. All right, our next speaker, as a veteran.
Yes, listen, she has the first case acknowledged by the Department of Defense as being harmed in the line of duty from the COVID jab. That's injured. Absolutely. Her name is Carolina Stanzik. Welcome, Carolina.
Take it out. You got it?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to start by opening up in prayer. We need to focus back on God who's kept me here. My story is quite a bit, so join me in prayer. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you that we could all be here. Thank you that we could join arms, be here to advocate for truth, justice, and freedom, protect people, their safety, their physical health, keep us healthy. Please heal the hearts of people who are wounded physically, heal the hearts of people who have been hurt by the lies, who have been hurt by policies implemented in our government. Please let the words that I say today help someone and hopefully will lead us towards forgiveness. In Jesus' name, amen. So a little bit about my story. I am 25 years old now, And at the age of 21, I joined the Army in order to go into counterterrorism. At the age of 21, it was February 2021, and I was told, get the COVID shot or you will not be serving anymore. At the time, it was not mandated, let me make that clear. However, I believed that I would have to give up my rights in order to serve, and so I took Moderna 1 and 2. This week marks 4 years since I had the second shot of COVID. So I got the shot, had some pretty severe side effects, and after that, I was severely debilitated with a heart condition labeled as POTS. I then was diagnosed with asthma, and after that, I suffered at the age of 21 my first heart attack. That was October 2021. I was denied medical care that day. I went to a clinic on base, and they had told us, well, they told me specifically that it's busy, come back another day. So I went to the hospital with chest pain, with trouble breathing and palpitations. I was passing out, my heart rate was in the 180s. And after that, I got to the hospital and they had told me, well, did you get the COVID shot? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, does this run in your family? I was like, no. And they were like, okay, well, it just came back that you had a heart attack. That was 21 years old. At the age of 22 in February, just a few months later, I had yet to see a cardiologist up till that point. And I was then hospitalized again for a second heart attack. Fast forward some time, I fought and fought and fought. I was then unlawfully discharged without benefits from our lovely military. So that you face homelessness, you face medical debt. I incurred over $90,000 in medical debt. So not only was I fighting for my health, I was fighting the medical bills as well. So I moved to Florida, got some help, and then I ended up having a stroke at the age of 22. Give it some time. I got some treatment from a really good doctor, Dr. Molly James, if anyone knows her, phenomenal doctor. After that, I had some time to recover. And then when I recovered, months went by, I could not keep up with treatments, and I had a third heart attack at the age of 23. All this time, doctors were telling me, it's not like anything with your heart is healthy. My mom could attest to that. Everyone's like, you're fine, it's nothing to see, nothing to do, whatever. So at that time, I was like, okay, well, they're not gonna help me, and that's that. So some time went by, I started fighting for my rights. I got reinstated back into the military. They had me back on active duty. And with that being said, I was then also, my heart condition was attributed to the COVID-19 vaccine. In 2024, at this time, I'm still being told I'm healthy, you're young, nothing to see here. I had 4 cardiologists tell me nothing to see. You're young, you're crazy, you have anxiety, all of these issues. So I'm like, absolutely not. Okay, let's see. I go to a 5th cardiologist and he asks me, what do you want done? And I said, I just want someone to listen. Medical providers in this field here, I want you to know, if you listen to your patient, chances are you will save a life. That is my call to action. If you're a medical provider, listen to your patients. We patients know our bodies best. No one knows themselves better than the person themselves. So that doctor, he listened to me. Within just a week, he had put in a heart monitor internally into my chest. I had gotten that, and within 3 days, he had told me that my heart was stopping. That was not expected. So I got a call from the nurse and said, we don't really want to tell you this, but you're probably going to have to get an emergency pacemaker. So at the age of 24, after 3 years of gaslighting, 3 years of doctors not listening to me, and 3 years of me being like confused, having lack of support and whatnot, I finally had a doctor who listened, and we came up with a solution. So June of 2024, I got my pacemaker. I am doing much better. And so I want people to know this story that I've lived, this journey I have lived, is a story of redemption, of hope, resiliency, and forgiveness. So I want people to understand, you know what, like, yes, we go through trials. Yes, we go through tribulations. There's turmoil in life and people will suffer. What we cannot do is take away from the grace that God gives us. Amen. And the love that I have received, the abundance of love from the people around me, Nicole too, those people are why I'm still here today. God put those people in my life. He saved my life. I'm still standing here today, able to walk and talk and breathe. There's other people that will never get that chance. And so we need to remember that there's something called forgiveness, and it doesn't happen overnight, right? I mean, I have every reason to be pissed off. I really do. There's people that need to face justice, but that is not going to happen by being angry with others. So
they must repent before
they do need to repent. Yes, I am listening to you. Thank you, sir. Yes, repentance is key. However, how do we do this, right? So my call to action for everyone else in this area here joining me is that we have conversations, honest conversations, right? So you go and talk to someone, right? I will go talk to someone and they'll be like, oh, well, I know someone else who suffered similarly to you. And okay, great. Well, so it sucks that we've all been through that, but there's community. And if we do not have honest conversations, then we cannot talk about that and bring light and education to the subject. So I talk about my story because you know what, it could save a life. So that is my other call to action for everyone here is that you tell your story. Someone next to you, someone in the room that you are standing in needs to hear your story. Whether it be that you went through a divorce or lost a loved one, or you go through a medical crisis, or you get in a car accident. Someone needs to hear your story. Someone else is struggling. Someone needs to hear that sense of hope, that there is light on the end of the tunnel, and that, you know what, like, we can get through this, but you cannot do it alone. So I just want people to really, I guess, take that and go have conversations, advocate for one another, because you know your body best.
Share the website.
Okay, so I did start a website. It's called Destined for Greater. Destined number 4 Greater. So what I did with that, it's destinedforgreater.net, just for anyone that didn't catch that. Yes, I've been through quite a bit, as have most of us. And what I wanted people to know is that turning turmoil into purpose is how we get through life, and it is how we carry the mission, right? God puts us here on earth for a reason. We don't know why, but then we have the opportunity and the choice to make something of it. And so with that, I turned Destined for Greater into a page where people can go there, they can create community, you can tell your story, a platform to tell your story, but also get the benefit, like the resources that you need and make the connections in order to get the help that you need. So with that being said, go on there. If you know someone that's struggling, whether it be suicide, sexual assault, harassment, anything of that sort, military, civilians, all of it, you can tell your story, you can support me, and then also it will help me keep supporting other people, advocating on behalf of people, and people who have been victims of the system. So yeah, that is my Let me not take the mic. I love you, girl. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Give it up for Carolina. Thank you, Carolina. Your bravery is amazing. Oh, let's just keep it rolling, guys. Right now we have a psychotherapist and the only one who filed a writ of mandamus calling the jabs bioweapons. Wow. Suing to remove them from the shelves. None other than Dr. Joseph Sanson. Come on up.
I'd like to just ask everybody if we could just take a quick moment of silence for the victims of the bioweapon injection and those that have been injured and died from the shedding. Thank you. I'm Dr. Joseph Santone. I'm a psychotherapist opposed to psychopathic authoritarianism. I have to admit, I kind of was inspired when Congressman Ron Paul retired from Congress and diagnosed Congress with psychopathic authoritarianism with that tag. But remember James Carville back in the early 90s? You know, I'm an old Buchananite from the 90s. I was the chair in one of his Pat Buchanan's presidential campaigns. Remember Carville in the early 90s went against the first Bush for president, advising Clinton, it's the economy, stupid, right? It's the bioweapon, stupid. President Trump, Governor DeSantis, Both of them know that these are biological and technological weapons of mass destruction. Do not let anyone get away with this. Operation Warp Speed wasn't just an unmitigated disaster. It was an attack and assault on the American people. You cannot be America first and look the other way while they're poisoning American citizens, the people you know and love. Now, I have a lawsuit. I'm actually on my second lawsuit against Governor DeSantis to remove these injections because they are bioweapons. I have 9 affidavits in my case. I'm the appellate court in the First District Court of Appeal. I have 9 affidavits, including an affidavit here from Dr. Francis Boyle. Unfortunately, he passed away on January 30th of this year. But I have an affidavit from the law professor that wrote the 1989 Bioweapons and Anti-Terrorism Act saying that these are biological weapons, violate 18 U.S.C. 175, Chapter 10, and Florida Statute 790.166. They're targeting us for destruction. Now, let me tell you something. You do not have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to be a medical doctor to realize that if they're giving countless people chronic diseases, neurological disorders, autoimmune diseases, heart conditions, you name it, you are shortening people's lifespans. So while they're shortening people's lifespans, they're also reducing birth rates because it's getting in the testes and the ovaries and it's interfering with birth rates. We do not know the multi-generational effect of this. This is literally an existential threat to the human race. We do not know what they've done to our species because it's altering our DNA to the reverse transcription. These psychopathic authoritarian transhumanists are literally trying to merge us with technology. And I got news for you. Stargate is designed to come after you. Those AI facilities are going to be used to go after you. They want to replace whole departments of government with artificial intelligence. That's not my idea of limited government. My idea of limited government is the government gets the hell out of my life and I'm free. Do not pretend they are defending you. It'd be like if your spouse is cheating on you and you want to pretend it's not happening, but that's going to make it better. Do not support anyone running for governor in the state of Florida that does not explicitly state that these mRNA nanoparticle injections are biological and technological weapons of mass destruction. If they do not say them, chase them down the street. Show up at their events, make them answer that question. Do not let them get away with it, Republicans or Democrats. And I don't care if Donald Trump endorsed them. Donald Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham too. Okay, so they're either with us or they're against us. Now I know I have limited time here, so what I want to also ask you to do is I update on my case and write on my Substack, which is easy to remember, josephsansone.substack.com. But I also have written a draft bill here. It's called the mRNA Bioweapons Prohibition Act. Now, it's a draft that can be used in any state. It's late for Florida, so we can't do it here unless they attach it to the bill. But it's already been introduced by Representative Shane Meckland in the state of Minnesota. So we're trying to get people to introduce this legislation in as many states as possible. This is the only piece, this is groundbreaking. This is the only piece of legislation that recognizes that these shots are already illegal and violate state bioweapons laws. Do not let them get away with this. They are murdering the people you know and love. And it's not okay for all of us to be working 10 times harder than our pathetic politicians. They are all cowards, corrupt, or out of touch. Thank you.
Where'd you go? I turned my head, you're way over there, and then you're like, stealth, get up here. It's because you're military. You know how to move under the radar. Guys, this is just getting started. We've got not only more amazing doctors to speak, but we've got another musical performance coming up, so stay tuned. Next up, we're going to talk to a frontline provider who treated literally over 1,000, I think it's way more than that now, 1,000 patients in the villages. So these are people that had boots on the ground. They knew what worked. Let's welcome Dr. Bila to the stage.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for coming out and for staying. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a practicing internist pulmonologist in the villages for the last 20 years. I've been treating COVID since the get-go. I've treated so many acute COVID. I never closed a day, even during the lockdown. And I'm gonna tell you, I treated several thousand, 0 deaths. So what does it tell you? The thing to that is, one thing that I cannot forget as a physician is because they stopped us from treating you early. That was the key. You know, and that's why when ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine were banned or were not allowed to use, but I was using it anyways, underground. I was using it. At the height of the pandemic, we were able to prescribe it as an off-label. And so the pharmacists were asking me, why are you prescribing so much? I said, it's none of your business. And so a lot of people were saved. And I'm going to tell you a little medical aspect of that. The reason why they go into a massive or very big respiratory failure because your red blood cells are attached to the spike protein. So how do you think the oxygen is going to be delivered? And that's why in the hospital, when we give the ivermectin under the table or whatever, you smuggle it, then suddenly the patient is improving. And that's what happened in Africa, because they didn't have ventilators, they didn't have anything, they didn't even have oxygen. So what they were getting, those doctors who were like using the ivermectin, in few hours the patient like improved. And so it's a sin from Dr. Fauci's side to ban that or to suppress us. And the other thing that I cannot forgive him is for violating my doctor's-patient relationship, because they removed my ability to explain to you the informed consent, and as well as for you to choose with me what kind of treatment you want to have. And obviously, I attest and I confirm everyone here who related and who testified that they got that they've been injured from the vaccine. Right now, I have more than 3,000 actually vaccine-injured seniors. In the villages, we have all the retirees, and for those of you who know where the villages is, it's like a couple of hours away from here, and that's like the Disney World of the retirees. So that's the kind of patient I have. They were prioritized to be given the poisonous gene therapy bioweapon shot, okay? Don't even think that it is not what I'm saying. We should call it as it is. It's a bioweapon, it's a gene therapy, it is very toxic, it's poisonous, okay? It can kill people right away, it can kill everybody has a
Where's the one I gave you?
That's actually causing immune deficiency,
Is that dead?
or the acquired immune deficiency syndrome, which is very, very similar to the HIV. So
It had
I have an ongoing collection of data. I'm hoping that I would be able to publish it very soon.
He's dead.
But to give you the preliminary result, what I have is 74% of the people, and right now I'm in the process of reviewing the first 1,500 cases, they are confirmed vaccine injured in a different way. You guys are seeing the acute ones. Obviously, the myocarditis, the pericarditis, because the young people are dying from this, the sudden deaths and all. But in reality, it comes in stages. We're in the chronic stage, and you have to remember this. What this shot is doing is killing your immune system in every way you can imagine. Okay? If the HIV was the AIDS of the 20th century, COVID plus the clot shot or the poisonous shot, gene therapy, it is the AIDS of the 21st century. And this is the reason why we are not over with this pandemic. We have 2 pandemics going on. Still,
it's like in the
a non-infectious one because your immune system is going down,
I'm afraid of it.
and then an infectious one.
Yeah,
So we need to keep on talking. We need to ask our politician and healthcare authority to look into this because for 2 reasons. Number one, the excess deaths is not going to stop. You know, a lot of people keep on going, and we have so many cancers right now. That's one proof, okay, that the immune system is going down. Number 2, the birth rate is going down. So go figure, depending on what you want to believe, this is a population control and this is a transhumanism agenda, depending on which hideous character you are, listening to or watching. So that's what I have to say. You keep on going and don't let this happen ever again. We are the people, we have the power, and we can do it. Okay. Thank you.
Love you too. All right, you guys, everybody give it up for Dr. Villa. Are y'all tired? What happened?
Stop hogging the mic. Okay, we're slap happy at this point. Guys, you've got a great musical guest to come up here, but I first want to tell you that they are a part of Street Flavor Records. Hey, did you know we're making entertainment great again as well? Street Flavor Records is right out of Venice, Florida. So guys, please welcome recording artist Lorenzo Cole.
How's everybody doing tonight? First off, he's gonna hate me, but I want to say thank you to Victor Miller for all he's doing, for allowing us to get together peacefully, have a great time, play some music. Thank you so much. Everybody make some noise for Brianna Posey for fixing the mic. Let's go, let's go. Now, I'm a Tennessee boy. I'm a little rough around the edges, but if there's any question about what I believe, what I stand for, I'm here for God. I'm here for our kids. I'm here for the family unit. So y'all make some noise for the greatest country and the greatest nation ever seen by humanity. This first song is called Son of a Sinner.
These bad girls got me. These words have told me, my friend, I'm done for the last time. I'm lying to myself again. I always say I'll find my way back here somehow. I should know by now. I'm just a long-haired son of a sinner, searching for new ways I can get gone. I'm a pedal to a highway. If you ever wonder why we write these songs, I'm only one drink away from the devil. I'm only one call away from home. I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess I'm just a little right and wrong. These back roads got me. These birds pretend to be my friend. I'm done for the last time. I'm lying to myself again. I'm always saying I'll find my way back here somehow. I should know by now. I'm just a long-haired son of a sinner, searching for new ways I can get gone. I'm pedal to the highway. If you ever wonder why we write these songs, I'm only one drink away from the devil. I'm only one call away from home. I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess I'm just a little right and wrong. Mistakes are made, I paid for them in cash. Walked a million miles of broken glass. I feel the light fading. My heart's so slowly breaking. My papa killed me, smoke my paper train. Talk to God and tell him what I think. At first he's gonna hate me, but eventually he'll say I'm just a long-haired son of a sinner, searching for new ways I can get gone. I'm a pedal to a highway. If you ever wonder why we write these songs, I'm only one drink away from the devil. I'm only one call away from home. I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess I'm just a little right and wrong.
I totally, completely forgot the first verse of that song. So I gave you the second verse twice. That's how we do it. It's America, we can do what we want. This next song is called The Piece of America. And I have a special guest that's gonna come out and help me sing it. Everybody make some noise for Brianna Posey.
Maybe she don't care. She'll call you bluff, but she's always fair. A little while till we hold her down. You'll never catch her out messing around. Raised right, she's a Southern belle. Even though my family crazy in hell. She's been on a dance all night. She's a lover, but she can't fight. And I'm never gonna let her go. She's my little piece of America. From a back road somewhere down in Tennessee. She's my little piece of America. So unique, but somehow just like me.
She knows the way around these country roads, deep in the hollow back where nobody goes. She hangs puts up with the best of the men. She's only got a couple real good friends. She loves her country, that's the way it should be. A heart bigger than a hickory tree. So say a prayer if you're down on your luck. I'm riding home in his pickup truck, and I'm never gonna let her go, no, no.
She's my little piece of America, from a back road somewhere down in Tennessee. She's my little piece of America, so unique but somehow just like me. America, America, ooh, just like me.
Short and sweet. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for being here. It's truly a blessing to be in a place where we can all come together, have fun, sing songs, stand on what we believe in. Thank y'all so much.
You guys, how awesome is it to see our young people out here loving our country? I tell you, the future looks bright. And guys, one of the people that's advocated a lot for our families and children is one of my dearest friends. She is obviously the co-chair of Operations for Alliance. She's the co-host with me of Open Mic and Coastal Conservative News. Guys, she was a former school board candidate right here in Florida, the first school board candidate in the nation to ever be endorsed by a sitting governor, obviously being Ron DeSantis. And she is the director of civic engagement for Moms for America. Please welcome.
What's up, Patriot fam? Let me hear you. All right, you guys. So, my job with Moms for America, well, we'll just start there, is civic engagement. And the reason why civic engagement is so important is because we are currently in a time where, if not you, then who? If not now, then when? And that was something that kind of struck me early on in, I want to say maybe around 2015, when I saw California with Josh Coleman. Where's he? Is he around here somewhere? He started this Vias for Vaccine, and I saw this all over social media in California 2015 because California representatives actually don't represent the people they serve. They represent Merck and the pharma cartel. They were trying to strip away parental rights from vaccination. They were getting in the way between the parent-doctor-patient relationship, which I don't know about all of you guys, but our children and ourselves do not belong to the pharma cartel. We are not commodities for them to be bought and paid for. That's not what we're here for. We're not cattle. We're not experiments. Actually, in fact, the Nuremberg Code says that you need to have informed consent before you are given an experimental anything, right? It doesn't matter if it's a medication or whatever they call a vaccine, quote unquote. So I started doing a lot of research. I read lots of medical papers. Guys, I'm just a mom, but I know how to read, and I know how to search for things, and I know how to look into an encyclopedia and Google or whatever it is that we do now. And so I realized that not only were every single story that was coming out about vaccine injury was pretty much the same. I myself was gaslit by doctors when my children had vaccine reactions, when I myself had vaccine reactions, adverse reactions. And that's kind of how I got my start in politics. I started going to delegation hearings, and we started actually petitioning our government. And then 2020 hit, and I said, oh, crap. This is not what I signed up for when I raised my right hand and gave my oath to protect and defend this nation from foreign terrorists and domestic terrorists. And now it looks like I have to put my combat boots on and fight my own government. So I formed with 4 other Moms for Freedom. I don't know how many of you are from Hillsborough County, but you know Moms for Freedom. Moms for Freedom actually worked with Freedom Keepers and with Justin Harvey, who's out here somewhere as well. We did these V for vaccines things, and then when COVID hit 2020, obviously, we decided to do a reopen Tampa rally because I don't know what everybody else thought, but Florida was not open. I have friends that were literally arrested on beaches while we had a governor who said that our state was the free state of Florida. But we had local municipalities that were usurping their authority, the authority that we did not give them, to arrest and do these mandates that made no sense. And so Moms for Freedom had a reopen Tampa rally. We planned it in a week and had 500 people show up and made international news that day, right outside of Fox 13. And then we both looked at each other, or all of us looked at each other afterwards, and we said, elections are coming. What are we going to do? So we did what any woman does. We opened our mouths and started talking.
Good, man.
Guys, history is never made by well-behaved women. We are always a problem when we start speaking up and advocating for ourselves, are we not? So we decided to put together a questionnaire. We put it out to all the candidates, Republican, Democrat, Independent. Guess who were the only ones that responded to our questionnaire?
It's one of those things.
Republicans! Yes, those were the only ones that responded to our questionnaire. We had a meet and greet, which at the time, that's not what we called it, because we were not political at all. We had no idea what the heck we were doing. We had all of the candidates show up. We held a meet and greet, and then afterwards, when they all left, we all looked at each other and decided who was going to fight for us and who we were going to vote for and campaign for. We had moms baby wearing, stroller pushing, door knocking for those candidates. We had like a war room at my friend's house. We were making phone calls and emails. And that's just the power of moms, guys. Let me tell you, every single one of those candidates won their primary and only 2 lost the general election. That is the power of civic engagement. That is the power of you being the tip of the spear in your circle of influence. Guys, I didn't have a platform then. I was not the #1 show on Patriotic.tv with my best friend. I was not traveling the United States speaking at events, and I was not testifying on Capitol Hill like I've done recently. I was not out there in Capitol Hill as well. Talking and petitioning to our legislators about big family food, finance, and freedom, because every single thing is a hot issue. Every issue touches the American family. And if you are not out there being the tip of the spear in your circle of influence, what are you fighting for? Guys, liberty is not free. It requires a very significant level of sacrifice. Your money, your time, your life, and sometimes all 3. And if you are out here or listening and you support our veterans, what do you think our veterans or our military are fighting for? What do you think they died for? They didn't die for Anthony Fauci to be a tyrant and get away with it. They didn't die for you to bend the knee to tyranny, local or otherwise. They didn't die for you to declare love for your representative who goes up in Tallahassee or goes up into DC and votes against your American values. That's not what our veterans and our military have sacrificed for. So if you truly do believe in America, American freedom, American sovereignty, individual sovereignty, constitutionally protected God-given rights that cannot be given or taken away by government, then it is up to you to stand in the gap when things get messy. Because what is going to happen when your grandchildren and your, I don't know, nieces and nephews and your children look at you 20 years from now and they're like, Mom, Dad, what did you do? Or Auntie, Uncle, Cousin, what did you do? Tyranny does not matter at all. Are you going to tell them that you stood firmly in the gap for their freedom so they can have sovereignty later on in life? Or are you going to tell them that you bent the knee to tyranny?
No tyranny!
We are in a 1776 moment, you guys. It is now time to rise up, speak the truth, do not be afraid
afraid of what they call you guys. When I ran for school board, I was called all kinds of names. I'm your local white supremacist, y'all. Did you also know I was an Uncle Tom? Which doesn't make any sense because I'm female, so it was a little wild. To my face, by the way. And I still won 10% of Democrat and independent votes.
Okay.
Because that's what happens when you stand on principle and you go into the fray and you're not afraid to speak
Tomorrow?
truth and you're not afraid to tell people what
I gotta tell Raj if there's any work that needs to be done. If he says no, then yeah, I can do
for
it.
us to learn our Constitution and for us to know it, because you can't fight for something you don't know, and you're not going to fight for something you don't love. So, my call to action to you is
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
to your local municipalities, because local
Yeah, I know. Got it.
is national impact. The swamp up there did not get that way overnight. It got that way because we stopped putting our eye on the ball and we stopped paying attention to what they do while they're in office and connecting it to what they say when they're in your face during the campaign season. If you want to learn more about how to do that with a smile, visit momsforamerica.us. You can also visit thehollowalliance.com, and we can help you figure out how to be the sharpest tip of the spear in your circle of influence. Guys, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. I love you. Go out, be bold, be courageous, because this country depends on you. All right, who's our next speaker?
I don't think anybody wants to follow you. I was just, we were all kind of saying like, well, she should just shut it down. We've got about 4 to 5 more speakers, guys. We're so excited to have, speaking of citizen activists, which gets a bad connotation. It just means you're doing your job, right? Well, I want to welcome to the stage citizen activists, guys, who fought to ban the jab in Collier County right here in Florida. He's currently fighting to remove fluoride from our water, and he is actively involved with Stand for Health Freedom. Please welcome to the stage, Scott Kiley.
A
little while and so.
The white chairs that we have in my truck. Yeah, grab one of them for yourself because it looks like you're being there for a while.
Good afternoon, fellow health freedom warriors. My name is Scott Kiley. I am the Associate Director for Local Advocacy with Stand for Health Freedom. Now, how many of you are familiar with Stand for Health Freedom, folks? Stand for Health Freedom is all about informed consent, religious freedom, parental rights, privacy, and of course, the most important, freedom of speech, which brings us all out here and brings us together to make sure that we have accountability with regard to the atrocities that have unfolded over the last 4 or 5 years. Really proud to be with Stand for Health Freedom.
She is, man. Wow. It's good to see you, brother. Good to see
Over
you
the
too.
past 3-4 years, my wife and I, along with just an incredible group of activists in Collier County, Florida, we've been incredibly busy. And what we did is, I've heard a lot of talk about, local activism to make an impact at a state and national level, and that is absolutely correct. I wanted to share with you some of the things that we did in Collier County that every one of us can get active in our own local municipality, our city, or our county, and bring the same change that can have an impact up in Tallahassee and at a national level. So in Collier County back in April of 2023, we passed a health freedom resolution. Now, this health freedom resolution is an aspirational document. And if you think about all the tyranny that we faced over the past 5 years, we addressed this in this aspirational resolution, the health freedom resolution. No medical mandates, doctors allowed to practice without interference, no discrimination. We reject the World Health Organization.
You like barely, but like there's
no
nobody there. Just on their
lockdowns,
phones.
vaccine passports, to name a few. There are 9 points in this resolution. And then we build on this resolution over time to turn this into laws or ordinances at a state and national level. And we see that happening, for example, in the state of Idaho, they passed a medical freedom bill that outlaws medical mandates. And so we want to work to duplicate that around the country, right? So we did this in Collier County. The other thing we did is we passed a Health Freedom Bill of Rights ordinance.
There's not much places here. I don't know if you can get like footage. I've already been basically everywhere. I could try something.
Unlawful shutdowns. It also reflected Florida State Statute 3.1.6.
Yeah, I'll try something.
Folks, if you're not familiar with it, look it up. It is the Patient Bill of Rights, and it's very important. It's a long-winded document, but in essence, it guarantees your right to informed consent, the ability of a full risk-benefit analysis, and also the ability to opt out of any medical procedure. So those are two excellent elements. They're foundational elements in Collier County. We also passed them in Marco Island, Florida. Foundational elements for healthcare, health freedom, right? So you can find more information about those at standforhealthfreedom.com. Having that Health Freedom Bill of Rights that we passed allowed us to pass a sanctuary county ordinance. Now, in Collier County, thanks to Attorney Christina Heuser, we passed an ordinance that makes Collier a sanctuary for our Bill of Rights. And if you think about what's more important than our Bill of Rights, and it was completely trampled with censorship and church closures and the elimination of due process, right? So we're saying in Collier County, we have enshrined our Bill of Rights. We're a sanctuary. You're not going to take that away. Working on these items, we were able to take the Health Freedom Bill of Rights and we were able to remove fluoride in Collier County. The statute 381.026 calling for informed consent, we were able to convince our county commissioners through activism and through education and through lobbying. We were able to convince them that they were violating our own county ordinance as well as our state statute. They realized that they were putting fluoride in the water without the consent of the people and without the ability to opt out. And they voted 5-0 to remove fluoride. We took that to Marco Island, but lo and behold, Marco Island never had fluoride, which is absolutely amazing. 95% of the world does not fluoridate their water. So really, I mean, you know, we're really good at poisoning people here in America. This has got to end. We went to Immokalee, we got it removed in Immokalee. We went to Lee County, we got it removed in Lee County. And let me just say this. The work that we've done in Collier County, the work we've done in Marco Island, the work that we've done in Lee and other counties, it is an incredible team of people. It's citizens getting up and standing up for health freedom and getting active, speaking out and educating their local elected officials and rallying doctors and dentists and school board members and teachers and moms that homeschool their kids, that bring their kids out. This is the kind of health freedom advocacy that actually can get things done. To date, we have ended water fluoridation, again, with an army of activists. Justin Harvey is here, my wife Jill Kiley, Jay Colhagen, Stephanie, Bob Valenta, a number of different people. You guys may have seen Surgeon General Latipo has come out to speak to end water fluoridation. God bless Surgeon General Latipo. 22 cities and counties have ended water fluoridation since Latipo's guidance letter, November 22nd of 2024. And now we have a farm bill that we hope will end water fluoridation in the entire state. So in closing, folks, my recommendation is every single one of us can get active at a local level. Go get to know your sheriff, get to know your police chief, speak to your school board members, get to know your city councilors or your county commissioners, talk to them. There's no place for self-censoring. We need to be outspoken, and we need to really work to secure our freedom. So Folks, get at it. Go to standforhealthfreedom.com, subscribe, learn what we're doing. And thanks everyone for being here today.
Thank you so much, Scott, and thank you for all you do.
Yes.
Keep it up.
Yes, yes. Amazing. All right,
I
what's
mean,
next?
I thought you were going to hit me with that.
No, what?
All right, we got just a few more speakers, guys, but this next one, he is such a firecracker. Like, he's a firebrand. If you're getting stirred to want to get involved locally and you're not sure what you could do, I have a sneaking suspicion that Lou Marin is going to be able to guide you in the right direction. He is a former U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer, Gulf War veteran, 22-year retiree freedom lover. He's an American patriot. And guys, he is also the head of the National Federation for Republican Assembly right here in the state of Florida. His name is Lou Marin. Give it up for Lou.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Allie. Boy, thank you very much. Appreciate all you do. Hello, Americans. Did you notice I said Americans, not Americans? I appreciate you coming out today, supporting this event. I want to give all the praise to God. Give him a big hand. Also, I want to thank veteran Vic Miller. Where you at, Vic? Where you at? Vic and the Hollow Alliance. Want to thank you for putting on this event. Great job. A Marine. Love you, veterans. By the way, any veterans here? Veterans, those who don't know, I will be sitting down with Secretary Doug Collins tomorrow with a little round table to talk about how we can improve the veterans VA. So if you have any inputs, please let me know after I get done here today. I want to talk about who we represent. We're the Florida Republican Assembly. We're the good guys. We're a Judeo-Christian organization who puts God first. We have a 3-pillar system that we operate off of. The first one's called community development. Really proud to say, last year, Dr. Civic, our veteran for the Vice President for the Veterans Outreach, he helped out 87 veterans get their benefits. So you guys need benefits, let me know, we'll get you plugged into our system. Also last year, we helped 13 veterans get off the streets, got them a job. So I'm pretty excited. That's our community development. We work with churches, work with autism, we work with the community. One reason this organization exists, we're doing the things that the GOP does not do. The things that we need to be doing. You can't continue to go to the Black community, the Hispanic community, the Jewish community, ask for their vote. We don't do crap in the community, GOP. And by the way, those that don't know, the GOP, RPOF does not like us. Now ask me if I care. Those who don't know, we're the group that stood up against the RPOF to try to take Trump off the ballot. And we stopped it. We let them know if you do that, we're going to sue you for election interference as well as recall you. So just to let you know some of the things that we do. The other pillar we have too is called legislative pillar. We're in legislative session now. Our job now is to monitor all the bills that are going through. If they align with our Judeo-Christian values, we help them get it through the committees. For those that don't know, we're also the one that stopped last cycle that draconian bill, I believe it was 721, HB 721, where it says if you were to ask or question the supervisor of election, they can lock you with a 3rd-degree felony. We killed that bill through our call to actions. Also, our last pillar that we have is called candidate leadership class. A lot of folks don't know, we actually teach a candidate workshop to help our candidates that have what I call one of the 3 C's, Christian conservative constitutions with a Jewish twist, that want to run for office. We help you get your candidate up, your campaign up and running to help you win. We had 31 people go through that life cycle. Out of the 31, 20 said, it's too hard, I don't want to do it. Great vetting tool. I want people to be serious. They want to get in the race, they got to be serious. Out of the 11 that got in, 7 won the primary. And 4 got all the way through. So at the end of the day, I just want to share who we are. We're not part of the GOP. We're a private Christian organization. We're here We try to make a difference to help our community. It's more than just the R&D. It's about you and me and our community. It's about making a difference and put good people in office, take the bad people out. And that's what we do. If you go against our principles, we will primary you. We will primary you. So, end of the day, I just want to remind everybody you're an American, not American. In America, you can take a C and raise it to an A. You can even make that great athletic play. You can wear your own gold medallion, ride your own black stallion if you think you can, you can. See, it's not the color of your skin that lets you in, it's your attitude if you want to win. Be an American, go out, stand tall, stand for truth. God bless you, and God bless America.
Angel, did you get Starbucks? Angel, did you get Starbucks? Did you get Starbucks? Take after me after
Give it up for Lou Barron. Thank you, Lou. You served
Yeah,
your country once, and he's back serving it again. He never stopped, right?
The oath never expires, you guys. It just never goes away.
Love you. Guys, next up we have the privilege of having this best-selling author join us. She's also a healer and, get this, also a filmmaker. That's right, we're making all industries great again. Her name is Melanie Martin. Please welcome Melanie to the stage. Hey guys, wow, some amazing speakers today. I thought it would be interesting to point out that while we've been sitting here listening to all these great people talk, 73 people have died of cancer. But I don't think they're dying from just the disease. I think they're dying from a lack of information. And I think that's on purpose. My name's Melanie Martin. I decided to come here and speak for my brother, Stephen, who is now not alive, thanks to Anthony Fauci and the vaccine. I also came for the rest of my family in heaven, who were all killed at the hands of Big Pharma. Lastly, I came in hopes of helping you save your family. Oh, I'm shaking. All right, by a show of hands, I need to get everybody involved here. Who has had cancer touch their life? Wow, so like almost everyone. I was gonna say, if it wasn't everyone, mathematically it will be, sadly. The stats back in the 70s were 1 in 40 people would get cancer. The WHO put out a new stat in 2018, and it's 1 in 2 people. So that means before the vaccine rollout, it was 1 in 2 people. So I would say we need to be educated on how to heal naturally immediately. So my journey started in 2008 when I lost my mom to terminal brain cancer. I blame Big Pharma because they've been suppressing life-saving information for about 100 years. I've personally met the doctor who patented his cure in 1975 for the type of cancer my mom had in 2008. So that means if I'd met him, she had an 85% chance of still being here. I don't want that to happen to you. I'm not a doctor, nor did I play one on TV, but I have been researching for 17 years the human body, cancer, and the cancer industry. I've written a best-selling book on it, and I also have a documentary coming out called Save Your Life. I'm begging you to go to the website, saveyourlifemovie.com. Put in your email, and I'll let you know when and where the film's coming out, but it will rock your world. I've interviewed doctors across the globe who have all witnessed cancer be cured, and I'm saying the C word. I'm unable to share with you the documentary today, so I thought I'd give you some highlights. So one of the doctors that we cover in the documentary is Dr. Raymond Royal Rife. And he is quoted saying this: "There is no American Medical Association. There's only an American drug syndicate. And those boys hate the word cure like the devil hates holy water." Pretty powerful statement.
All right, so in case people are fearful because they've had people with cancer in their family, genetics only plays 5 to 10%. That means 90% is up to us. That's amazing news. We don't have to be scared. Some of the doctors that I interviewed in the film are Dr. Robert O. Young, and he was curing cancer, and this is all documented, by the way. 81% success rate, stage 4. Dr. Brzezinski, glioblastoma. Dr. Sethi has a Supreme Court ruling to prove that he cured cancer. That was in the 80s.
Probably not.
He's now dead. My goal is to share the wisdom and insights that I've learned from all
I don't want
these
to drop this
amazing
camera. It's too
minds
expensive.
and empower you with the wisdom to truly heal naturally. It's time to take our health into our own hands.
So if I fall, I'm sue you, ain't you?
Yes, you have to make good choices.
If I fall, I'm gonna sue you.
But no, you don't have to get poisoned.
No one else.
The
It'll be
future of
only you.
medicine is not new age. It's returning to the ancient wisdom that's within each and every one of us. I encourage you to make time for your wellness, or you will have to make time for your illness. I'm over at the We the People booth. If you'd like to come by, I'm
Wait,
signing
you think your
books.
car's still over there?
Again, the website is saveyourlifemovie.com.
Well, hopefully.
I'm making this for the world. It's not for my family. They're gone. I love your support. It's been a very difficult journey. And that's it. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Oh, okay. That ain't gonna work.
Hello? Testing. Can you hear me now? See, I was trying to be silenced. No. Guys, listen, that is part of being the tip of the spear in your circle of influence. You see a problem, there's a solution, figure it out, find it out, speak up. All right, so our next speaker has done just that. And I'm honored to introduce her. She's a former VA nurse. She definitely needs to be reformed. She's a research assistant at We the People Health and Wellness Center and a dear friend of mine, Laura Hartman.
Hey, I think I know that one.
Hello. My name is Laura Hartman. I am a concerned veteran for America. I am, as a former VA nurse, my entire life work is dedicated to VA reform. Whoever knows a veteran, has been touched by a veteran, can understand the complications that come within the VA system. So as a former VA nurse, I've relinquished my license and I'm a functional medicine practitioner. That being said, all of the services provided at We the People Health and Wellness is not covered by the VA. That's a problem. So we have veterans within the system who can't receive care, quality care, at a place in their community. I have a problem. So that led me to the legislative arm, right? Getting to know my representatives, getting to know the problem so I can focus on the solution. If a virus can get in, it can get out. If the vaccine can get in, it can get out. If there's alternative treatments, as we just heard, the FDA, not news anyone here, the FDA suppresses treatment. With that comes even more danger. So specifically focusing as a victim's advocate within the VA, veterans were given remdesivir. When veterans were given remdesivir, it's the same protocol everywhere else. So at America Frontline Nurses, which I was a founding member of and appointed the FDA reform specialist at America Frontline Nurses, it was because the FDA foundation was doxy nurses speaking truth to power. Doxy nurses and physicians who were giving ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and a multitude of other things that were helping the virus. As one of the nurses in the book, What the Nurses Saw, because it's a cluster of nurses who got together, put it in a book for the sake of history, because this moment will not be forgotten. It was the nurses that had the research that remdesivir was a trial drug. It was the nurses that said, run, death is near, and branded that shirt. It It was the nurses that worked with Dr. Brian Artis to get him the information so he could carry it outwards because it is needed. We all are intricately connected, and to be able to help empower each other so we can save lives. So as nurses, we are running into unjust laws. However, we are nurses. Our priority is direct patient care, helping the patient, putting the patient in the center. So that looked like we became the guiding light. A lot of nurses, not just myself, became the guiding light to help people get ivermectin inside of hospital systems. It looked like helping families get loved ones off of ventilators if we could. It looked like holding nurses with FaceTime, with our phone, holding them accountable. And it could be as simple as telling the family members, take a picture of the nurse's shoes. We can tell the quality of a nurse and how they're gonna act by a multitude of ways, and how they present themselves, how they hold themselves, all of it. They didn't know they were being recorded. They thought they took the patient away, they took the family away from the patients, and they were being murdered, which we all saw at America Frontline Nurses and have documented at America Frontline Nurses to be able to have crimes against humanity present. What we saw was murder. What we saw was manslaughter. America's Nicole Sarasota was the first nurse. It doesn't matter where it started, it mattered who carried it out. When she spoke out, crying in the ICU saying, "That is not the virus murdering my patients, it is the drug remdesivir," a drug that we know is a failed Ebola drug, which is a problem. So not only is it a failed Ebola drug, then we have Tony Fauci mandating it. Oh, and politicians none of them are clear. Because when you have such a swamp in DC that we have to bypass Washington, DC, it was easier for us advocates to get it pulled off the world stage than it was at the swamp in DC. Remdesivir was pulled off the WHO prior and still is being hung in VA hospitals as we speak right here today. That is murder. There needs to be accountability. The drug needs to be removed. It is a failed Ebola drug that is still causing more danger than it was. Not only do we have militaryaccountability.net, we also have myvastory.com. It is important that we have the stories so we can create the data behind it to be able to have legislative impact. As a volunteer at Concerned Veterans for America, I have been volunteering for them for over a decade to be able to find the ropes. And I'm very blessed and truly honored to work with Congressman Greg Steube and working bills that will help veterans get more choice in the community. I will not stop until veterans can go to We the People Health and Wellness and receive the care, direct primary care out of systems. And that looks like HSA accounts. HSA accounts, it looks like direct primary care accounts. It looks like, why don't they cover cannabis? Why don't they cover CBD-IVs? Why aren't they covering methylene blue? Why aren't they covering things that are actually working? I got a problem with that as a former VA nurse. So my call to action today is myvastory.com. If you know a veteran, if you know anyone, if you have any ideas outside of healthcare that have not been named today, or anything that We the People has not been able to bring forward as solutions, please come talk to me. It's all about the stories and the impact in the community. I don't care what happens above the school board. I care with my patient in front of me, how can I improve their quality of life? What does a service dog look like for them? What does their PTSD look like for them? How can we support them? How can we break stigmas? How can we build strong communities? How can we rally each other together to help support each other's businesses, our children, and help them detox where they need it? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Laura Hartman. Guys, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you guys joined us today. We have a dynamic speaker to close us out today because very few people do things quite as well as he does in the community. He wasn't just concerned about things like election integrity or thought, gosh, I wonder what happened with that 2020 election. He went out and did something about it. He continues to educate the community. He is with Defend Florida, but he's also, you can catch him on our conservative news network. Have you heard about this? It's not CNN, it's CCN, Coastal Conservative News. Make sure you check out coastalconservativenews.com. Mr. Raj Dorsami.
Thank you, Michelle. and Allie. My friends, thank you for being here. Thanks for making a difference by putting yourself out of your home and down here in downtown Sarasota, Florida. I'd like to start my comments with you about a story about a man that I was very, very close with. He is not biologically related to me. He was my father-in-law, and in many ways, Roland was closer to me than my own dad. He is not with us anymore, and this is a story you've been hearing again and again and again from this stage, and it's outrageous that you have to hear this kind of calamity in this United States of America. My father-in-law did not die out of natural causes. He was the only one in our family that took that damn jab. And no, even though every one of us had gotten COVID during that time, he alone is no longer with us. Now, my friends, I know that each of you that are here are already aware of this, but I'm sharing this with you, not for you that are here, but for the people that you can influence, because even today in 2020, people that still are beguiled, deceived, and misguided by that thing that we call the American news system. It's a communist infrastructure that is washing the brains of the American public. And they have to be countermanded by you. My wife tried to warn my father-in-law. She sent him research. She asked him to pause. She asked him to consider. But the pressure from that news media and all of that crap on the news service compelled him to take the jab. He didn't even let us know. We only found out when he was in the ER fighting for his breath. He went to bed that day normal. 2 o'clock in the morning, I get a call. The ambulance is on its way. Unfreaking believable in this country that something like that could happen. Where people have free speech, people have rights, people's wills matter, and that was all completely eradicated from my father-in-law, Roland. This is what censorship does. This is what happens when we elevate unelected bureaucrats, and I'm being nice, like Dr. Fauci, I shouldn't even call him a doctor, and silence the voice of everyone that challenges him. See, Fauci was entitled to say what he wanted to say. This is a free country. But when he used the power of the government to manipulate free press, manipulate social media, and he caused the voices of the majority of people who wanted to question, when he put them in trouble and intimidated them, that's where he went over the line. And we, on our hand, allowed it. And I get it. For decades, we have been in this country. We have lived a soft life. All of the wars are taking place an ocean away from us. We have rarely had to have any of the tribulations like the ones I had to go through in the 3 countries I left to get here. So we've become soft. I get it, I get it, I get it. But it's 2025 now, my friends, and we have got to harden up. We have got to strategize. We have to break the backs of the organizations that continue to perpetrate this nonsense, because they continue to do so almost unchecked. I am not here to be polite. I'm here to say what needs to be said. Now, I know I'm a little angry. I know I'm a little upset. So let me dial it down back a little bit. I was one of those people that you probably know that is completely ignorant, too busy, not interested, thinking that someone else will manage this, something else, someone else will take care of it. For me, I felt my wife was handling that and I didn't have to. I was an uninformed person, voting conservative, but pretty much other than that, completely naive. So, I'm going to try and smile to lighten up the mood here, because I know I'm a little intense. I remember posting something on Facebook. I'm a technologist. I work with social media. I heard people were being censored. I didn't really believe that. I'm like, really? Nah, not in America. Maybe in Zimbabwe where it came from, but not in America. That doesn't happen. That's just these right-wing extremist people that. That's what I'm thinking. I never say that, of course, but that's what I'm thinking. So I make a post, and it's a simple post, and I was talking about in that post how we would take care of my diabetic mom, and I mentioned something about COVID. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the following day, that post was removed. A simple thing, many of you looking here are thinking, wow, Raj, really? That was it for you? Yeah, that was it for me. And that was when I realized that there was censorship alive and well in the United States of America. But that was my wake-up call. I did wake up. The people in your lives have got to wake up, and you have to be the people to wake them up. I want to mention something else. I talked about my father-in-law, I talked about what happened, but I want to talk about something that's happening right now. I'm involved in a documentary. In this documentary, we are filming little children whose lives look like they're ruined forever. Why? Because of the vaccine, because of this nonsense that Fauci continues to perpetrate, and their lives, it's difficult. I'm watching these people, and these families are going bankrupt, trying to hire the help that they need to sustain the lives of their children. I've seen pictures of 18-year-old boys that are having the mindset of a 3-year-old, wearing diapers. The mom, who is much smaller than this 18-year-old boy, is trying to manage this big man body with the mind of a 3-year-old. It breaks my heart that this is happening, and not only that, but there is no organized assistance for these people. I'm getting wound up again here. Here we are spending billions of dollars sending condoms to Mozambique when our own American families here are having their lives torn apart because of a jab, because of our government, and nothing's being done about that. This is what makes me upset. If you want to go to the vaccine, have at it. But for those people that don't want to, those people are now impacted by a completely manipulated system. They require assistance. They must get assistance. And that's part of what I want to talk to you about here before I wrap up. I want to give you a little bit more specifics. These families go to their pediatricians, they go to their medical doctors, and their doctors simply brush them off. And my friends, you here are informed, but put yourselves in the shoes of the average American family who still thinks that their doctor is the final authority on all things health related. When the doctor says, hey, it's okay, it'll pass, give the child another vaccine, these families are doing it because of the woke, completely captured news agencies that we have that people think is reliable. So I'm going to wind this down here because there's a lot of stuff here I could get into, but here's what I'd like to wind down with. As I look around here, I'm grateful for you to being here. At the same time, can I just be straight? Okay, these three people are waving here, so I'm just going to go with that. We often complain about the opposition. We talk about George Soros. We talk about the woke media. We complain about all the things other people are doing. We complain about how much money they have. I'm not quite sure how to say this in an appropriate way, so I'm just going to go for it. As I look around here, I'm grateful for you for being here. At the same time, I'm saying that this is a terrible turnout. A terrible turnout. The people who backed this event up have spent thousands and thousands of dollars. This is not on you. Don't take it that way. What I am saying is that if we are serious, and I know we are, about turning the ship around, my friends, what we have been doing so far is not even close to what is going to be required. We are going to have to up the game. We're going to increase our level of organization. We have to be on the people in our lives like white on rice. We have to be like a dog on a bone. We have to be like Gandhi, who had no funding in India. He had a captured press working against him. The entire government, the British Empire, was working actively to imprison him. But Gandhi persevered. He convinced one person, and then another person, and then another person. My friends, Gandhi is an example of how you have to get not hundreds, but millions of people, and it starts with each of us here in this auditorium or this open air field. What I'm asking for is I'm asking for you, the people here, to commit when you leave here, to share with at least 5 people to start with, that there are things that are happening in our country that need their attention. They are not going to do it because Trump says, because most of the people don't even hear what he says. They're not going to do it because of RFK. They're going to do it because you are the ones that they will listen to. So please do that. I want to give you a couple of examples. Defend Florida was mentioned just earlier. We, like you, started out trying to rectify a problem without knowing how to do it. The entire government was working against us as we worked to create election reform. But my friends, because the volunteers of Defend Florida continue to share the word one at a time to their friends, to their neighbors, we were able to pass into law in 2022, the most comprehensive election reform in recent Florida history, Senate Bill 521. I only mention that because that is my limited experience. So what I want to end this call with today is when you look at this event and you think about the next event that that will be taking place, I want you to take specific actions. Number 1, stop blaming Soros. Why? Because we have people here that will fund the movement. What's missing is the bodies. What's missing is the people. All of this is thousands and thousands of dollars. The permits, the police, the promotion, the media, tens of thousands of dollars. So the money is there. I want to say that the money is there. The people are not yet there, which is why I'm making an appeal to you. Just yesterday, my colleague here, Bob, and I had an event in Fort Myers. We had 3 days to put it together. But because his team was like a dog with a bone, just kept calling and calling and calling, not interested, no problem, call back, still not interested, no problem, call back, okay, I'll show up. That's what it takes. And because of that, that event in Fort Myers is now catching the attention of the legislators in the state of Florida, Representative Jenna Mullica Persons, who is in charge of whether or not the state of Florida is going to reform its election process or make it worse. It's come down to this one lady is going to make the call, and the folks in Fort Myers with Bob Valenti and his team are applying the pressure. So for you, yes, that deserves a hand. Absolutely, give that a hand. So for you, my friends, here are a couple of actions that I want you to take. Number 1, I want you to go to the hollowalliance.com, hollowalliance.com, and sign up. That's 1. Number 2, this is easy stuff. I want you to go to We the People Health and Wellness. You might be super healthy, you might be super well. I still want you to go to We the People Health and Wellness and sign up. If we get you on our mailing list, we have a better chance of organizing the level of people that we need to break the back of the corporations that continue to issue the mandates, the medicine, and keep people in the dark. I want to say that again. We have to break the back of these corporations. I'm going to say it again. We have to break the back of these corporations. And the only way we can do that, my friends, is millions of people. And the pathway to the millions of people are you right here. Does that make sense? Are you up for the task? Are you in? Are you just sitting and looking, or are you in? Let me see your hand if you're in. You can also sign up at defendflorida.org. So in closing, please sign up at these websites because we need your information so we can organize these events. Secondly, clearly this is only a start of what's needed. Clearly that RFK was made Secretary of HHS, but already people are turning against him. The one man who understands what needs to be done and has the authority and power to execute it is losing support. That is where you and I come in. He needs to feel a tsunami of support. Tsunami of support. A tsunami of support. And with your participation, we can make that happen. So, the organized objective we have is to go beyond being upset, because we're all upset. I'm upset. You can see that. I'm trying not to be, but I am. To go beyond being angry. We're all upset. We're all angry. But to elevate into choreographing our movements in a strategic, highly organized fashion to do what to the backs? Break the backs. Break the backs. Nothing short of breaking the backs to the corporations that are exploiting our children is going to carry the day. I'm going to stop there. I want to thank you for being here. Please, again, take those actions. The Hollow Alliance, We the People, Health and Wellness, Defend Florida. Go to all of them or one of them. Please make sure you take that done. And my friends, if you look at Ali Leger's t-shirt over here, it says Public Enemy. I see a lot of people here who have also got that shirt. We have got to do what is needed so that the American public see what he represents as the enemy. So this is where I keep asking you, take the action, take the action, take the action. Start with 5 people as soon as you leave this event. I so appreciate your time. Thanks for bearing with me as I spat across the stage. And please take those actions.
Thank you, Raj, so much. And thank you guys. Give yourselves a round of applause for joining today on this lovely Monday afternoon.
Guys, I once again have to thank Vic Meller. Where's he at? I know he hasn't left yet. He is the solo sponsor of today's event. And guys, again, he puts his passion and his money right where his heart and the cause is. We need more people like him. But Vic, thank you for your big heart. Thank you for what you're doing. Guys, make sure if you haven't already, make sure that you visit the We the People Health and Wellness Center, 959, I think that's the address. Okay, East Venice Avenue. It's only work. I don't know. I just set the Google Drive, whatever. Make sure you visit thehollowalliance.com, but also make sure that you visit Coastal Conservative News and Patriot TV every day, Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern for open mic. If you see those vendor tables over there, guys, stop by, get plugged in with your local organizations that help make all the difference.
All right, one last call to action. Did you guys know that Florida is one of the 13 states that has filed to petition charges, criminal charges against Anthony Fauci? So guess what that means for all of you? All of you get to call the AG, James Uthmeyer, call his office and say, hey, James, I'm your constituent. And if you were going to go after, I don't know, the Tate brothers, why don't you go after Anthony Fauci? That sounds like a plan, right? Okay, make sure you go to the website and find his number and call him because that's important.
That's right, guys. We'll be around if you have any questions. Otherwise, God bless you. Thank you for showing up. We'll see you next time.
Hey. No, I gotta break it. Understand.
Do you recognize this from about 2 a.m. today? No, I saw him for 2 minutes on the town hall yesterday. No, I
you mind if I record this? Do you mind if I record this?
I'm okay because I'm not in the picture.
Wait, let me straighten it out a little bit. Make it look better, otherwise
Oh, that's
Darlene will be
right.
yelling at us.
Yeah. No, Darlene will see it. It's the phone.
Yeah, do we want to take the COVID-19 sign that we had out there?
Yeah. What, you need more bodies?